And we're live. Did I make sure to update the information? Yeah, we're good to go. I have water. How full is my water? I'm gonna need it today. 2/5, we'll call it. Howdy, Graph. Good to see you. How you doing? Good, I hope. Where's my mouth? There it is. Some knuckle cracking. Okay-ish. Well, it's better than bad-ish. How'd the moving go? I think you might have already said that, but, well, I hope. Daily dose of jelly time? Absolutely. I'm getting everything I can in. Today, they're going to crack my knucks for sport. Oh no. Today I have something very, very stupid planned. It will take up approximately an hour of real life time. Give or take. We'll call it about 45 minutes of real life time. For a bit, quote unquote, that I have planned. I've decided that in order to get my work done, I have to frame it as a bit and combine work and play in order to maximize my efficiency, right? I have to find some way to combine tasks to join them. And so I have something planned that I'm gonna wait a little bit before I get into. But as I said in the Discord, I hope you all like literature about the darkness that exists within all mortal men. Let me just real quick. Rain sounds. Let me make sure that I have this. Hold on. Too loud, too loud. I need it just like gently tapping on the window. Gently on the window. Come on. There we go. Where's sound? Music? Where's music? Where is music? There's not a music slider. Interesting. Good to know. Oh, it's a cool setting. Well, that does hinder the experience somewhat, but no, I can hear the rain. That's important. That's good. We need that. So how's everyone doing today? Good, I hope. The end of last stream was a bit abrupt. I do apologize for that, but we have been going for 4.5 hours, and that's 30 minutes over what used to be my usual time. I should try to stick to a more consistent schedule, but I get very wrapped up in this game. And I'm also trying to see if I can finish it before my spring break ends. So that's important as well. Let's see what I have going on here. Yep. We'll turn that off. Actually, it's better to have it off for what I'm planning to do. It will suit my purposes more adequately. You know. What do we even have left to do in this game now that I'm thinking about it? We have... Well, rather, what's our next direct task? Still looking for Ruby. I think we need to go to the apartment complex next. Because someone might be staying there? I honestly don't remember. This is going to sound stupid, maybe. Because they have been here the entire time on this main menu screen. I am just now realizing that helicopters exist in this universe. I don't know why that caught me off guard. Because again, I've been staring at them every single time I boot up this game. I don't know why it didn't fully register until just now what was going on. Interesting. Well, we have been live for about 7 minutes now, so I am going to get into my work clothes, but I have a bit I need to commit to. So, before I do that, everyone, make sure that you're settled in. Make sure that you've got a glass of water, something like that, a snack, perhaps. Make sure that you're at a nice, relaxing location as we embark on a tale of the darkness within man's hearts. The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Connell. Off there to the right, somewhere, is a large island, said Whitney. It's rather a mystery. What island is that? Rainsford said. The old charts call it Ship Trap Island, Whitney replied. A suggestive name, isn't it? Sailors have a curious dread of the place. I don't know why. Some superstition. Can't see it, remarked Rainsford, trying to peer through the dank tropical night that was palpable as it pressed its thick, warm blackness in upon the yacht. You've good eyes, said Whitney with a laugh. And I've seen you pick off a moose moving in the brown fall bush at 400 yards. But even you can't see 4 miles or so through a moonless Caribbean night. Nor 4 yards, admitted Rainsford. Ugh, it's like moist black velvet. It will be light before Rio, promised Whitney. We should make it in a few days. I hope the Jaguar guns have come from Purdy's. We should have some good hunting up the Amazon. Great sport hunting. The best in the world, agreed Rainsford. For the hunter, amended Whitney, not for the Jaguar. Don't talk rot, Whitney, said Rainsford. You're a big game hunter, not a philosopher. Who cares how a jaguar feels? Perhaps the Jaguar does, observed Whitney. Bah! They've no understanding. Even so, I rather think they understand one thing. Fear. The fear of pain and the fear of death. Nonsense, laughed Rainsford. This hot weather is making you soft, Whitney. Be a realist. The world is made up of 2 classes, the hunters and the huntees. Luckily, you and I are hunters. Do you think we've passed that island yet? I can't tell in the dark. I hope so. Why? Asked Rainsford. The place has a reputation. A bad one. Cannibals? Suggested Rainsford. Hardly. Even cannibals wouldn't live in such a godforsaken place. But it's gotten into sailor lore somehow. Didn't you notice that the crew's nerves seemed a bit jumpy today? They were a bit strange, now that you mention it. Even Captain Nielsen. Yes, even that tough-minded old Swede who'd go up to the devil himself and ask him for a light. Those fishy blue eyes had a look I never saw there before. All I could get out of him was, "This place has an evil name among seafaring men, sir." Then he said to me, very gravely, "Don't you feel anything?" As if the air about us was actually poisonous. Now, you mustn't laugh when I tell you this. I did feel something like a sudden chill. There was no breeze. The sea was as flat as a plate glass window. We were drawing near the island then, when I felt I was a mental chill, a sort of sudden dread. "Pure imagination," said Rainsford. "One superstitious sailor can taint the whole ship's company with his fear." Maybe. But sometimes I think sailors have an extra sense that tells them when they are in danger. Sometimes I think evil is a tangible thing, with wavelengths, just as sound and light have. An evil place can, so to speak, broadcast vibrations of evil. Anyhow, I'm glad we're getting out of this zone. Well, I think I'll turn in now, Rainsford. "I'm not sleepy," said Rainsford. "I'm going to smoke another pipe up on the afterdeck." "Good night, then, Rainsford. See you at breakfast?" "Right. Good night, Whitney." There was no sound in the night as Rainsford sat there but the muffled throb of an engine that drove the yacht swiftly through the darkness, and the swish and ripple of the wash of the propeller. Rainsford, reclining in a steamer chair, indolently puffed on his favorite brayer. The sensuous drowsiness of the night was on him. "It's so dark," he thought, "that I could sleep without closing my eyes. The night would be my eyelids." An abrupt sound startled him. Off to the right he heard it, and his ears, expert in such matters, could not be mistaken. Again he heard the sound, and again. Somewhere, off in the blackness, someone had fired a gun 3 times. Rainford sprang up and moved quickly to the rail, mystified. He strained his eyes in the direction from which the reports had come, but it was like trying to see through a blanket. He leaped upon the rail and balanced himself up there. To get greater elevation, his pipe, striking the rope, was knocked from his mouth. He lunged for it. A short, hoarse cry came from his lips as he realized he had reached too far and had lost his balance. The cry was pinched off short as the blood-warm waters of the Caribbean Sea dosed over his head. He struggled up to the surface and tried to cry out, but the wash from the speeding yacht slapped him in the face, and the salt water in its open mouth made him gag and strangle. Desperately he struck out with strong strokes after the receding lights of the yacht, but he stopped before he had swum 50 feet. A certain cool-headedness had come to him. It was not the first time he had been in a tight place. There was a chance that his cries could be heard by someone aboard the yacht, but that chance was slender and grew more slender as the yacht raced on. He wrenched himself out of his clothes and shouted with all of his power. The lights of the yacht became faint, and ever-vanishing fireflies. Then they were blotted out entirely by the night. Rainsford remembered the shots. They had come from the right, and doggedly he swam in that direction, swimming with slow, deliberate strokes, conserving his strength. For a seemingly endless time he fought the sea. He began to count his strokes. He could do possibly 100 more, and then Rainsford heard a sound. It came out of the darkness, a high, screaming sound, the sound of an animal in an extremity of anguish and terror. He did not recognize the animal that made the sound. He did not try to. With fresh vitality he swam toward the sound. He heard it again, then it was cut short by another noise, crisp, staccato. "Pistol shot," muttered Rainsford, swimming on. 10 minutes of determined effort brought another sound to his ear, the most welcome he had ever heard, the muttering and growling of the sea breaking on a rocky shore. He was almost on the rocks before he saw them. On a night less calm, he would have been shattered against them. With his remaining strength, he dragged himself from the swirling waters. Jagged crags appeared to jut up into the opaqueness. He forced himself upward, hand over hand. Grasping, his hands raw, he reached a flat place at the top. Dense jungle came down to the very edge of the cliffs. What perils that tangle of trees and underbrush might hold for him did not concern Rainford just then. All he knew was that he was safe from his enemy, the sea, and that utter weariness was upon him. He flung himself down at the jungle edge and tumbled headlong into the deepest sleep of his life. When he opened his eyes, he knew from the position of the sun that it was late in the afternoon. Sleep had given him new vigor. A sharp hunger was picking at him. He looked about him, almost cheerfully. Where there are pistol shots, there are men. Where there are men, there is food, he thought. But what kind of men, he wondered, in so forbidding a place? An unbroken front of snarl and ragged jungle fringed the shore. He saw no sign of the trail through a closely knit web of weeds and trees. It was easier to go along the shore, and Rainsford floundered along by the water. Not far from where he landed, he stopped. Some wounded thing, by the evidence a large animal, had thrashed about in the underbrush. The jungle weeds were crushed down, and the moss was lacerated. One patch of weeds was stained crimson. A small, glittering object, not far away, caught Rainsford's eye, and he picked it up. It was an empty cartridge. 22, he remarked. That's odd. Must have been a fairly large animal, too. The hunter had his nerve with him to tackle it with a light gun. It's clear that the brute put up a fight. I suppose the first 3 shots I heard was when the hunter flushed his quarry and wounded it. The last shot was when he trailed it here and finished it. He examined the ground closely and found what he had hoped to find, the print of hunting boots. They pointed along the cliff in the direction he had been going. Eagerly he hurried along, now slipping on a rotten log or a loose stone, but making headway. Night was beginning to settle down on the island. Bleak darkness was blackening out the sea and jungle when Rainsford sighted the lights. He came upon them as he turned a crook on the west coast line, and his first thought was that he had come upon a village, for there were many lights. But as he forged along, he saw to his great astonishment that all the lights were in one enormous building, a lofty structure with pointed towers plunging upward into the gloom. His eyes made out the shadowy outlines of a palatial chateau. It was set on a high bluff, and on 3 sides of cliffs dived down to where the sea licked greedy lips in the shadows. Mirage, thought Rainsford. But it was no mirage, he found, when he opened the tall, spiked iron gate. Stone steps were real enough, the massive door with a leering gargoyle for a knocker was real enough, yet above it all hang an air of unreality. He lifted the knocker, and it creaked up stiffly as if it had never been used before. He let it fall, and it startled him with its booming loudness. He thought he heard steps within. The door remained closed. Again Rainsford lifted the heavy knocker and let it fall. The door opened, then opened as suddenly as if it were on a spring, and Rainsford stood blinking in the river of glaring gold light that poured out. The first thing Rainsford's eyes discerned was the largest man Rainsford had ever seen. A gigantic creature, solidly made and black-bearded to the waist. In his hand, the man was carrying a long-barreled revolver, and he was pointing it straight at Rainsford's heart. Out of the snarl of beard, 2 small eyes regarded Rainsford. "Don't be alarmed," said Rainsford, with a smile which he hoped was disarming. "I'm no robber. I fell off a yacht. My name is Sanger Rainsford of New York City." The menacing look in his eyes did not change, the revolver pointing as rigidly as if the giant were a statue. He gave no sign that he understood Rainsford's words, or that he had even heard them. He was dressed in uniform, a black uniform trimmed with gray astrakhan. "I'm Sanger Rainsford of New York," Rainsford began again. "I fell off a yacht. I am hungry." The man's only answer was to raise with his thumb the hammer of his revolver. Then Rainsford saw the man's free hand go to his forehead in a military salute, and he saw him click his heels together and stand at attention. Another man was coming down the broad marble steps, an erect, slender man in evening clothes. He advanced to Rainsford and held out his hand. In a cultivated voice, marked by a slight accent that gave it added precision and deliberateness, he said, "It is a very great pleasure and honor to welcome Mr. Sanger Rainsford, the celebrated hunter, to my home." Automatically, Rainsford shook the man's hand. "I've read your book about hunting snow leopards in Tibet, you see," explained the man. "I am General Zaroff." Rainsford's first impression was that the man was singularly handsome. His second was that there was an original, almost bizarre quality about the general's face. He was a tall man past middle age, for his hair was a vivid white, but his thick eyebrows and pointed military mustache were as black as the night from which Rainsford had come. His eyes, too, were black and very bright. He had high cheekbones, a sharp-cut nose, a spare, dark face, the face of a man used to giving orders, the face of an aristocrat. Turning to the giant in uniform, the general made a sign. The giant put away his pistol, saluted, withdrew. "Ivan is an incredibly strong fellow," remarked the general, "but he has the misfortune to be deaf and dumb. A simple fellow, but I'm afraid, like all his race, a bit of a savage. Is he Russian? He is a Cossack, said the general, and his smile showed red lips and pointed teeth. So am I. Come, he said, we shouldn't be chatting here. We can talk later. Now, you want clothes, food, rest? You shall have them. This is a most restful spot. Ivan had reappeared, and the general spoke to him with lips that moved but gave forth no sound. Follow Ivan, if you please, Mr. Rainford, said the general. I was about to have my dinner when you came. I'll wait for you. You'll find that my clothes will fit you, I think. It was to a huge beam-ceilinged bedroom, with a canopied bed big enough for 6 men that Rainsford followed the silent giant. Ivan laid out an evening suit, and Rainsford, as he put it on, noticed that it came from a London tailor who ordinarily cut and sewed for none below the rank of duke. The dining room to which Ivan conducted him was in many ways remarkable. There was a medieval magnificence about it. It suggested a baronial hall of feudal times with its oaken panels, its high ceilings, its vast refectory tables where 2 score men could sit down to eat. About the hall were mounted heads of many animals, lions, tigers, elephants, moose, bears, larger and more perfect specimens Rainsford had never seen. At the great table the general was sitting alone. You'll have a cocktail, Mr. Rainsford, he suggested. The cocktail was surprisingly good, and, Rainsford noted, the table appointments were of the finest. The linen, the crystal, the silver, the china. They were eating borscht, the rich red soup with whipped cream so dear to Russian palates. Half apologetically, General Zaroff said, We do our best to preserve the amenities of civilization here. Please forgive any lapses. We are well off the beaten track, you know. Do you think the champagne has suffered from its long ocean trip? Not in the least, declared Rainsford. He was finding the general a most thoughtful and affable host, a true cosmopolite. But there was one small trait of the general's that made Rainsford uncomfortable. Whenever he looked up from his plate, he found the general studying him, praising him narrowly. Perhaps, said General Zaroff, you were surprised that I recognized your name. You see, I read all books on hunting published in English, French, and Russian. I have but one passion in my life, Mr. Rainsford, and it is the hunt. You have some wonderful heads here, said Rainsford, as he ate a particularly well-cooked filet mignon. That Cape buffalo is the largest I ever saw. Oh, that fellow, yes, he was a monster. Did he charge you? Hurled me against a tree, said the general. Fractured my skull. But I got the brute. I've always thought, said Rainsford, that the Cape buffalo is the most dangerous of all big game. For a moment, the general did not reply. He was smiling his curious red-lipped smile. Then he said slowly, No, you are wrong, sir. The Cape buffalo is not the most dangerous big game. He sipped his wine. Here in my preserve on this island, he said in the same slow tone, I hunt more dangerous game. Rainsford expressed his surprise. Is there big game on this island? The general nodded. The biggest. Really? Oh, it isn't here naturally, of course. I have to stock the island. What have you imported, General? Asked Rainsford. Tigers? The general smiled. No, he said. Hunting tigers ceased to interest me some years ago. I exhausted their possibilities, you see. No thrill left in tigers. No real danger. I live for danger, Mr. Rainsford. The general took from his pocket a gold cigarette case and offered his guest a long black cigarette with a silver tip. It was perfumed and gave off a smell like incense. We will have some capital hunting, you and I, said the general. I shall be most glad to have your society. But what game? Began Rainsford. I'll tell you, said the general. You will be amused, you know. I think I may say, in all modesty, that I have done a rare thing. I have invented a new sensation. May I pour you another glass of port? Thank you, General. The general filled both glasses and said, God makes some men poets. Some he makes kings, some beggars. Me he made a hunter. My hand was made for the trigger, my father said. He was a very rich man with 250,000 acres in the Crimea, and he was an ardent sportsman. When I was only 5 years old, he gave me a little gun, specifically made in Moscow for me, to shoot sparrows with. When I shot some of his prize turkeys with it, he did not punish me. He complimented me on my marksmanship. I killed my first bear in the Caucasus when I was 10. My life has been one prolonged hunt. I went into the army. It was expected of a nobleman's sons. And for the time commanded a division of Cossack cavalry. But my real interest was always the hunt. I have hunted every kind of game in every land. It would be impossible for me to tell you how many animals I have killed. The general puffed at his cigarette. After the debacle in Russia, I left my country, for it was imprudent for an officer of the Tsar to stay there. Many noble Russians lost everything. I, luckily, had invested heavily in American securities, so I shall never have to open a tea room in Monte Carlo or drive a taxi in Paris. Naturally, I continued the hunt. Grizzliest in your Rockies, crocodiles in the Ganges, rhinoceros in East Africa. It was in Africa that the Cape buffalo hit me and laid me up for 6 months. As soon as I recovered, I started for the Amazon to hunt jaguars, for I heard they were unusually cunning. They weren't. The Cossack sighed. They were no match at all for a hunter with his wits about him and a high-powered rifle. I was bitterly disappointed. I was laying in my tent with a splitting headache one night when a terrible thought pushed its way into my mind. Hunting was beginning to bore me. And hunting, remember, had been my life. I have heard that in America, businessmen often go to pieces when they give up the business that had been their lives. Yes, that's so, said Rainsford. The general smiled. I had no wish to go to pieces, he said. I must do something. Now mine is an analytical mind, Mr. Rainsford. Doubtless that is why I enjoy the problems of the chase. No doubt, General Zaroff. So, continued the general, I asked myself why the hunt no longer fascinated me. You are much younger than I am, Mr. Rainsford, and have not hunted as much. But you perhaps can guess the answer. What is it? Simply this. Hunting had ceased to be what you call a sporting proposition. It had become too easy. I always got my quarry. Always. There is no greater bore than perfection. The general lit a fresh cigarette. No animal had a chase with me anymore. That is no boast. It is a mathematical certainty. The animal had nothing but his legs and his instinct. Instinct is no match for reason. When I thought of this, it was a tragic moment for me, I can tell you. Rainsford leaned across the table, absorbed in what his host was saying. It came to me as an inspiration what I must do, the general went on. And that was? The general smiled the quiet smile of one who has faced an obstacle and surmounted it with success. I had to invent a new animal to hunt, he said. A new animal? You're joking. Not at all, said the general. I never joke about hunting. I needed a new animal, so I found one. I bought this island, built this house, and here I do my hunting. This island is perfect for my purposes. There are jungles with a maze of traits in them, hills, swamps. But the animal, General Zaroff. Oh, said the general. It supplies me with the most exciting hunting in the world. No other hunting compares with it for an instant. Every day I hunt, and I never grow bored now, for I have a quarry with which I can match my wits. Rainsford's bewilderment showed in his face. I wanted the ideal animal to hunt, explained the general. So I said, what are the attributes of an ideal quarry? And the answer was, of course, it must have courage, cunning, and above all, it must be able to reason. But no animal can reason, objected Rainsford. My dear fellow, said the general, there is one that can. We'll pick up with the rest of the story after the break. Halfway through the most dangerous game. Let's start actually streaming this video game. Yes, I do often tank the enjoyability of my streams because I think it will be funny and also because I decide that I need to do something. Why do you ask? Get right back into it. Of course, we need to put Boulder back on the screen. It's for the bit! I'm very excited to see who rolls in halfway through the stream. And... I'm excited to see who rolls in halfway through the stream, whenever it's break time, and I finish the story. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be good. Whew. Alright, where am I going? I can look at this one again, right?
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, "Felled electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Found the empty trap, made that awful call, found the jacket. Anything else I can do that gives me better shivers? This gives me more shivers. This gives me more shivers. Wow, I actually have a lot of items that increase my shivers.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, "Felled electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
That's actually not that bad of a chance. I'm not going to succeed, but still.
Like a quiet sigh moves over you.
That's
Cool air
pretty
breaks
close.
Across your body. It brings the salt of the sea into your lungs. Go to the children of the big sea.
What the fuck? What the hell was that?
The wind rushes away, leaving you where you were, on the rotting boards of the felled building.
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second.
The wind told me to talk to children. Let's roll.
Okay, when you're ready, officer.
The lieutenant looks down the coast toward the... Wow, he took that one in stride! He was not even fazed by that. Wow! Maybe we're just... Maybe he's finally gotten used to us. You know? Hold on a minute. Let's get in there. Can't. Okay. He understands Harry as a purely vibe-driven cop. It's called being an art cop. I'm an expert at it. Still can't believe how directly the game fucking called me out. Said, you probably like the color brown. Like, yeah, what about it? Can't believe that shit. What am I doing over here? This is what I'm doing over here.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Hold on, let's get our visual calculus outfit on. Don't I have a jacket that makes visual calculus better? I don't think I do, but... Something? Game threshold, shiver, drama... Nope. Okay, well, that's all we got.
Scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked
Pretty
wall,
high.
reaching from one corner to the other. A row
Yes!
of ghostly shades
Oh,
stand
I love
facing
visual
the
calculus
wall.
so much.
There are many of them.
Oh, this is bad,
A
though.
dozen at least.
Oh, this is bad.
The heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, Other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. The sun blazes high up in the sky, baking the planks, the sand, your skin. The order was carried out in the afternoon. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes.
Conscience round is a real thing? What the fuck is a conscience round? Like, only one person dies?
They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background.
Everyone else has blanks. And what? Just one of them dies and the rest go? Or like, oh haha, just the one. When you execute someone by firing squad, you don't want to have just one guy who goes, oh fuck, I'm killing a guy. So you get a bunch of guys, and only one of which has a real bullet, so nobody knows who really Oh, okay, they're all shooting at the same guy. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. See, I was looking at this and I was thinking, like, so what? Only one of these people dies and the other one's like, alright, luck of the draw, off you go.
Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Like some fucked up group project Russian roulette.
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one?
The person standing on the side.
The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Really, really bad psychologically. People getting messed up by lines like this is actually some of the reason that Nazis looked into alternate killing methods. Oh, yeah, that didn't exactly go too well, historically speaking.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
What if it was the Feld personnel when their assets were being seized by the revolutionaries? I feel like this should be encyclopedia.
Another likely scenario.
Lieutenant nods.
Or maybe.
You mentioned coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Huh. See, do we want to brew another thought? Almost done on this one. 36 more minutes. Wompty Dumpty Dom Center, Jamrock Shuffle, Guillaume Million. Ace is high. Homosexual underground. This one is short. So we will do the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center. Got a lot of thoughts brewing all at once here. Okay. Internalizing Boulder at last. Well, I've already got him in my head in chat. Onto the Wompty Dumpty intensely. Interesting. Okay. So... where do I want to go now? I don't think I can go any further up there. I don't think I can go further around there. So, where to? Work with the children of the Big Sea. Turn to the Feld mural and consult the wind if you don't know what to do. Other than that, keep searching the coast. Okay. Water runs in the west. Sources upstream, a broken pipe. The children of the sea. Hello, children. The wind told me to talk to you.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Kids, has anything strange happened lately?
He had bad words and said, I got in trouble. Bad words. Bad words.
Bad words are bad. Don't say them, kids. It's the first step to a life of crime. Okay, what
We
happened?
just heard funny voices.
Boy shrugs. His jacket whispers as his shoulders move.
We thought the voices were funny. We said what they said, and then we got in trouble.
Where did you hear them? Did you ever hear someone say them? Was it on the radio?
Radio? What's that? We just heard them in our head.
Voices from another self. Voices from a deeper self. Voices from early schizophrenia.
No. What do you mean heard them in your
You
head?
know, I heard people talking, except just in my head.
What did you hear?
It was like, it is time at last. My nasty speed reeks. Our brother man is about to grow up.
What?
A memory stirs. You've heard this quickfire patter before.
DJ Flatios, Big Boy Dario single is here.
Speed Freaks FM!
This is the fastest track that you're ever gonna hear. Turn up the volume. Blow those speakers out. Now here's... No. Don't say bad words, stupid.
A word when you're done.
The boy draws a
Yes, Kim, do you have something to share with the class?
Detective, about what the twins had to say.
Uh-huh.
So, those voices they heard.
yes, of course, earlier, when you turned the radio on in his Kanema.
Yep. Was it your radio tuned in to Speed Freaks FM?
I can't explain how they heard it. I believe they heard something, and given the poverty of this part of town, I don't know how they could have heard the radio. However, weird as it is, the situation is not connected to the murder. This isn't our business.
But it is related, Kim. The wind told me so. Are you just embarrassed that we may have to contact Speed Freaks FM?
No, I just don't see how this furthers our investigation into a murder. That's all.
Uh-huh.
An ocean breeze blows in strong. He raises his jacket collar against it.
Besides, maybe it was just a radio they overheard. They might not be old enough to know the difference. How would they have heard the voices?
Maybe it has something to do with the mass call-in radio game? Didn't Ruby have advanced radios know-how?
The lieutenant shrugs.
Let's at least rule out radios before continuing. Maybe the twins didn't know it was a radio they were hearing. The washerwoman seems to know everything that happens here. Let's ask if she heard anything before
The children
after
of the
you.
Big Sea. Big Sea finally making its move on the common people.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you heard a radio on the coast in the
A
last week or so?
radio? Ah, no. We play no radio here. There's one in the shack, but it's never used.
Any idea if the twins could have heard Speed Freaks FM?
Was that the nonsense we were spouting? Huh. No, I have no idea where they heard it. They've been in earshot all week, and no radio.
You sure you didn't hear
These
radio
ears
playing?
know every sound that belongs to this coast. I would know if I heard anything different.
We good, Kim?
Let's just get it out of the way as fast as we can. Contact dispatch from my kinema and ask them to connect you to the station. Maybe they can shed some light on this.
I feel like I'm really laying it on thick, but, you know, it must be exciting for you, Kim. Calling to the station you're accidentally tuned into.
I'm ready when you are.
Turns his face away toward nothing in
Anything
particular.
else?
What's the
A
song you're humming?
lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaran children's
Also,
song.
again, the fact that even Speed Freaks FM is coming into the main story here. When at first it's just, oh, let's check out Kim's radio. Oh, what's this funny joke? It's tuned into the station he's embarrassed about. And now it's part of the main investigation, even for this little bit. What's it called?
Surrender to the night.
Sounds nice.
Yes, it does.
And then just
What
so this
more do you
one's-
want to know about that poor
Oh yeah, did she
girl?
have any technical difficulty, like radio
Not
stuff?
that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made.
Mm-hmm.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that. Yes,
about Ruby.
let's have...
I'm off. To the Kanema!
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Alice, I need you to connect me to Speed Freaks FM.
Come again, officer?
I said Speed Freaks FM. Kim's a big... Speed Freaks FM. It's a radio station. It's for the case.
Okay, officer. One moment.
I don't want to embarrass him in front of, you know, the boys. It's just for us. Excited, Kim?
No.
I have the GMS on the line. I'll connect you now.
Yo!
Oh, is this DJ Mesh?
It is. I got a few minutes before I gotta go back on air. What can I do for you, cop man?
Just calling to confirm. Did you debut a new track from DJ Flashio a few days ago?
An asshole is a mouth for shit. And I'm puking.
Wow. What?
An asshole is a mouth for shit. Parentheses, and I'm puking.
An asshole is a mouth for shit.
Parentheses.
Parentheses, and I'm puking. End parentheses?
An asshole is a mouth for shit, and I'm puking.
Okay, but what is the song called?
Yeah, that is the song. An asshole is a mouth for shit, and I'm puking.
Do people like it?
They're loving it, man. The requests keep coming in for more. I really think it's the future of music, I do. Fucking, like, stinkcore or something.
Stinkcore.
It's so nasty. Those stink waves come up like sound waves, you know what I mean?
This is preposterous. Neither sound nor scent work anything as he's describing. What does he even mean?
I don't have any idea what you mean.
Doesn't matter. Listen, I'm dead serious when I say fellatio is gonna make it.
Shut up,
big in
C8.
the
No.
world.
No, down. Is it legal to
It's
play?
illegal not to play, man. When you got that kind of music in you, the universe demands that you got to let it out. You know what I mean?
I feel like that's more nature calling if your asshole is a mouth for shit and you're puking, or your mouth is I don't remember what the phrase is. Hold on. Asshole is a mouth for shit. Yeah, and I'm puking. Okay.
Plus, fellatio and I got it in our contracts that we could play
Oh, it's
our
pronounced
own tracks.
fellatio. I see.
So really, it would be illegal not to.
I see. We talked to some kids who said they heard it in their heads. You know how that could be possible?
Come on, man. I just told you, we're cleared to play shit like that. Listen, it's not our problem if kids decide to tune into River Shore's hottest station.
It's not that they played it on a radio. They heard it in their heads. Do you know how that's possible?
I don't understand. Are you asking if we can, like, play our station into people's brains?
Oh, no. Let's look at all these options we have. Sure, forced radio, can't tune out. You make a killing on ads. Yeah, like a new way to equalize people, getting them all in the same station. A great tool for communism. Exactly like that. Because I think you're an enemy of traditional values, forcing your filth on the innocent. Yeah, like that. Maybe it was part of your civic duty. Maybe you were just testing it out for the government. Yeah. Forced radio.
FM is elective listening, man. We don't want to force the people to adopt our thinking. That's fascist bullshit.
No, that wasn't my fascist. No, that wasn't my fascist line. That was my ultra-liberal one. I can do the fascist one if you want.
You're a fucking wild man.
Okay.
Sure, let's hear it.
The fascist one was me calling you an enemy of the state for force-pumping filth into children, thus corrupting traditional values.
Oh, man, I love it. You're great. No. We didn't do anything like that. We just played it on air like normal people. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
I have to do it. Just one more thing. Give a shout out to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. He coincidentally has you saved to his radio.
Huh?
Look at that. His
No!
eyes dilate. That's joy,
No!
my man. You wouldn't be able to tell, but his glasses just magnify it.
Electrochemistry, are you sure?
Okay, cop man. Can do, will do. DJ Mesh, out.
The party has terminated the call. Is there anything else I can do for
Oh,
you?
yes. Press the button label, save, and turn on Speed Freak 7.
Wildest cop in Rivershaw. He asked us to give his buddy cop, longtime listener Kim Kitsuragi, a big shout out. Kim, we love you.
Keep it freaky, like DJ Mesh, DJ Flacho, and your wild friend. This one's for you.
If, when a motor carriage's engine was ignited, it could drive by its own accord off to a high mountain and then write a song, perhaps it'll be something like what you're hearing now.
We aren't discussing this.
What a reserve of willpower. It's taken all he's got to not smile.
Oh, come on,
This
Kim.
is 57. Can I connect you to someone?
I'm done with the radio for
Over and
now.
out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio
Waking
on a hook,
up.
a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of...
Kim, I would like to discuss
About
that.
that call,
Yes, Kim?
let's start from the top. There's no doubt the twins heard Speed Freaks FM. I still don't know how without a radio, but they did.
I mean, listen, I hear things in my head all the time. Spooky shit, but what does it mean?
I don't know what it means.
I mean, a weird voice in my head said to talk to the kids. Maybe it's related?
I don't think the voices in your head are related to this, no.
But it didn't sound like one of my thoughts. It sounded like a lady, did it?
The lieutenant gives you a long look.
I don't know what to say to that, or what you want me to say. I'm sorry. Did we ask where the kids were when they heard the voice?
Are you criticizing me, Kim? I didn't, sorry.
No need to apologize. I
Sorry.
was just going to say it'd be a good idea to ask them. And, Detective, thanks for this. It's been interesting.
He smiled. Aww. Yeah, but you're schizophrenic and the kids aren't. Well, hey, we didn't exactly ask. It's possible. You never asked. Hello there, children.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Real quick, boys, where were you when you heard the voices?
There. We were there.
We were there. And so I returned to thee, Feld.
Full circle. Back to Feld, then. When you're ready.
I saved you all from a sneeze. You're
The
welcome.
boy turns the rock over in his hands. He looks to you, then his brother, then back to you.
Your name wouldn't happen to be Kane, would it? Alright. Let's get our shiver suit on.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Found an empty trap, reconstructed execution, made the awful call, found jacket. Come on, come on.
Suddenly,
Yes!
there's a
Yes!
sound carried on the molecule.
Critical
around
success!
you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure. Like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Where does it go?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
What's happening?
She's down there.
I think she's down there, below this building.
Okay. Why?
Twins did hear the radio, so something is happening. Ever since I woke up, maybe even before, I've been getting these strange cold spells.
Good, good. Yes. Cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there?
I can literally talk to my hangover. That's how bad it's
Right.
gotten.
How do we get in though? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Savoir faire! There's a ladder next to the sign. Perhaps we can climb it, enter through the roof.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan
Oh,
to live
come
to
on,
70.
Kim.
There's also still a question of how the twins tuned into Speedfreaks FM.
You just want to dial your favorite radio station.
I'm only observing that there's another lead you wanted to follow. And that if you drop the radio lead now, just be prepared to leave without having done it.
Oh, interesting. Fairweather, thought, armor,
Fairweather,
thinking about armor.
500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
Ah. +2 hand-eye coordination against enemies in Fairweather T500 armor. That's extremely specific. Good to know. Thank you. Huh. What is this? Is that new?
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the Feld building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions.
Probably want to encyclopedia check first. Aye, aye, Captain. Let me get my encyclopedia glasses on. I hate this hat so much. Kim signal you should investigate the radio weirdness first. Yep. Oh. Okay. Never mind. Huh. Well, that sucks.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards. Your
Closer
eyes
look in.
slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
Hold on.
Behind the pipe,
What's in
An
there?
ordinary drainage pipe. Darkness.
What else?
As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
Can we get in
Given
for
that this
this?
isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests
Wanted
there
Donkey
may
Kong
be an
Center.
entrance to the basement around. And it's right here, a maintenance door.
Which is the rusted metal double door to the right of the pipe, secured by
It's
the reeds.
jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one.
Hold on.
Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece
Fuck,
too.
it was ultra-liberalism all along? -2 suggestion, but Encyclopedia Pass... That's worth it. That's absolutely worth it. Holy shit, what? Are you kidding me? That's insane. What do I have to increase my suggestion? How can I mitigate that? This buffs my suggestion. That buffs volition. What do I have? What do I have? I don't like this hat. Into the corner you go. Do I have anything? That makes my suggestion worse. Uh-oh. This is the only thing I have to increase my suggestion. Makes my half-light worse, but that's fine. I can live with that. -2 to it. What's bumping down my... Oh, the ledger. Right. No, wait. I want those. Okay. The speedruns for this game rush this thought. I can imagine, yeah. Holy shit. That's incredible. Right now I need physical instrument, though. Pry bar just in case. Physical instrument. Pain threshold. A lot of stuff for pain threshold, not a lot of physical instrument. Endurance. That's the only thing I have that buffs up my physical instrument. That's not good. Alright, let's go for it, Dick Dastardly.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut and half sunken in sand.
Break into it?
You
Yeah,
and the
I didn't
lieutenant
think so.
lean all your weight into pushing the doors apart, but you're not quite synchronizing your efforts. They slam shut again before you can enter.
Let's take a breather and try this again later. It's very tough.
Gotcha. Well, now I have another reason to put my next skill point into physical instrument. How far away? Oh, I'm quite a ways away. Okay, what can I do in the meantime? Because... Oh, hello.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
Oh!
There's no echo and no answer.
You have any idea what's
No
in there?
idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
Think we might find Ruby
We
down
might
there?
find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol's sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building.
But not in there.
I hope not.
What's in
Maybe
there?
it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
Ah, I see. What else can we do? Anything else up here we can do? Uh-oh. We're going around. Oh, we're going all the way around. Gotcha. Anything we can do in here? Anything more to talk about?
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back.
Oh.
Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Have you by chance heard this viejita say the password to a radio
Too
computer?
many times, Ese. You need it for something.
Honestly, I just want to break into a radio computer, see what's on.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
That is true. But what comes after death?
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña when I hear it. I think we're done here, Ese.
That was an interesting conversation.
He's gone.
However, I'm still not sure whether we'll find our suspect here.
It worked, huh? I figured it would. He seems like he's kind of chill.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated.
Press
The
play again.
speaker comes to life.
Good afternoon. Sorriest accident on Saint-Saëns. This is the East in
Let's try this
Good.
again.
Please repeat the password.
Afterlife, death.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Sorriest accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Thanks, I'm off.
Goodbye, Sorriest accident.
The machine's keyboard is still... The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal.
Read the printout.
The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place
Crowbar,
has
huh?
been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever
I just
set up
realized
those
I've had
machines
the
has been
rain
here
playing
for
this
quite
entire
a while.
time. I forgot that I had that on because it's raining outside in real life. I thought it was just that loud. I mean, it's not an unpleasant sound, and no one commented on it, so I assume it's not bad, but still sorry? It's really quiet now all of a sudden, isn't it? You didn't hear it? Oh, was there not... Were you not even able to hear it the entire time? Hold on. Can you hear that? Okay, yeah, I had it turned low. Alright, so turn it up a little louder when I get back to my bit. Where's Merrick, by the way? Probably hell diving. 4th of February, that's over a month ago. Whoever set up these machines has been here for quite a while. Think this log might be connected to the case?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
Read the second entry.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place. That the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. What was that about narcotics?
Drugs?
This could prove to be interesting.
I forgot to even say. Obviously... Wait, narcotics? Look around the derelict
I
building.
doubt that we can find any. It's just idle fishermen's
Drugs?
gossip to scare away the kids. Nothing spooky about this place either. It's just abandoned and cold, and in an awful part of town.
Read the third
7th
entry.
of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why'd you need an
Why would
antenna?
anyone need any of this equipment here?
For setting up a radio computer.
Read the fourth
8th
entry.
of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Data
Seems
loss.
like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
Who are
I
all
think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area.
Oh!
They must be our former co-workers.
Read the fifth entry.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Plan to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
Read the seventh entry.
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
What could it be?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell.
Must be
The
described.
girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
Read the ninth
March
entry.
51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez.
Oh.
Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine.
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn things about machines. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening.
Uh-oh.
A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Hello, ma'am. Oh.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Glares as you hold down the off button. Several seconds, the machine
Yes,
reboots.
you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
What?
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
We're looking for a suspect in a murder investigation. Pursuing a mysterious lead, searching for my lost identity. Looking for a suspect in a murder investigation. We thought they might be hiding.
No one's hiding here.
She barely looks up from the keyboard. You hear the machine whir back to life.
It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Gotcha. Hello, ma'am. No,
What
pay no
is
mind
it?
to the pry bar. I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Not look like a big loss to her. Are you the lead program of We're All Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or, no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
Who are you?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages.
Give me your whole resume.
If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Have you seen the Crabman?
No?
But you know he's
Yes.
around? Okay. Sounds like you're not worried about him at all.
No. You're right. I'm not.
Have you seen anyone suspicious? Say a woman named Ruby?
What? No. No one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
Thank you, Drama. Why are there so many machines in this
I
place?
brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need an antenna?
I use the AR1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit.
Sure, radio computer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is its processing
Yes?
unit?
You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
I don't really know much about anything in this world, to be honest.
All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
What's on air?
On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region. It's all around us. That's what on air means.
The AR1?
I guess it is. So far, I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
She liked telling you this. It calmed her nerves.
What are you doing with your radio
I'm
computer?
working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casts in her face in a strange shadow.
Working on what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And you're not helping.
What about those bowls over
They
there?
are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Alrighty.
Great.
What are you doing in this
You
abandoned
really
church?
like those questions, don't you?
I need to make sure you're not. I'm a police officer. It's my job. You're occupying a public space. There are being some complaints from your neighbors.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
What
I'm
research?
looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Oh.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Is the hole connected to your data loss in your
Yes,
journal?
that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
Hole in the world.
Exactly.
What does that mean?
What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
Oh. Is it something to do with the pail?
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
No, come on. We're now living in a world that has holes in it?
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Man.
But how do I figure it out?
I really wish I could have passed that one. I really wish I could have passed that one. I can't
You
understand how we're
measure
talking
it by
about
its
this.
surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
Encyclopedia?
Ah,
Yeah!
hydrotransducers.
10 experience, 2
So
bucks.
that's what those water basins are. Devices for recording sound through water.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
She grows silent, staring in the circle. Looks like some ancient ritual in the Empire.
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts, in everyday parlance.
Does it have anything to do with ghosts?
Ghosts? No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
What about other supernatural entities?
I don't believe in them either.
What not many know is necroplasma exists.
Great. What are we talking about? And why?
You have any idea where this hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
She looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch black heights above, but without much success.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Why there?
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to cease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think the Crabman might be somehow responsible
No.
here?
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
Why not? You said that the research isn't going well. Why not?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
I'm sorry, I have to exhaust all the dialogue.
Thanks.
About
The
that 2
Swallow,
millimeter
you mean?
hole.
Great.
How do you feel about anodic dance music?
What? I hate it.
Just didn't connect here. I love how you seem completely uncritical about both the radio computer stuff and the implications of the whole. I don't know anything about computers, but I wish that I passed that logic check on the whole, because my brain is immediately going to the pale. Because I know that in this universe, unreality already exists. So if there's just a pocket where nothing happens, that could be related. Not like disco does.
Maybe
anyway.
I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Remember what Joyce said? You're very far away from the boundary. That's exactly what I mean. Like, that's why it has me, my senses pricking up to that. Because if we're that far away from the boundary, how is there this little pocket of unreality here, even if it's just sound? A club for anodic dancing.
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to build then?
Take a guess, why don't you?
Petting zoo, place for animals, maybe some community space. A youth center should be nice.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good
Gotcha.
luck. I'm not coming in there.
Right, I'll let you work in peace now. Okay, Huh. Okay, well, let's do a couple things here. Help ravers, look for Ruby on the coast. I want to go back here real quick. And then... It's been a while, so a quick save. Yeah, quiet now, motherfucker. Right to work! Hi there, sir.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
He grunts, barely glances.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
No, let's go for it. We're investigating a murder. These tattoos were on the victim's body.
Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving, hard as a stone. But beneath it, you see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Can you tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means.
Points to one tiny star in the web of lines away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Benital.
Yes!
One
Yes!
inhabited
That's what I was hoping for.
of the Saint-Saëns archipelago, near the Pale. Covered in jungle, it was anchor point for the Saint-Saëns nationalists in the proxy war held on the islanders' territory.
Here comes the money! Here comes the money!
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
Halfway.
With some
Pain
strange
threshold.
emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Don't interrupt him.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon,
His voice gets strangely quiet. A long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper.
at dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old.
Uh-huh. This is gonna suck. This is really gonna fucking suck. I know where this goes and it's not good, but I'm wondering if he's gonna give up more information about himself in the middle of it. Ugh.
She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them.
What the fuck?
Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Electrochemistry?
Something stirs
Physical
in your
instrument.
stomach. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
I'm gonna say it. Let's see how this. He's probably gonna fucking punch me, but we'll see where this goes.
You bet it was.
Oh, what is evil?
It's just nature. This guy, he used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place.
Wow, me reading The Most Dangerous Game at the beginning of stream suddenly feels very appropriate. You were there.
No, I was in the domain, in Jamrock, being a bouncer.
Not really a scab leader, are you?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off.
Shrugs.
He's under orders, and orders are orders.
Can I have that back?
Go ahead.
All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
Huh. Free commerce, keep the goods flowing. Logic?
On the photo
Visual
in your
calculus.
hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of
Huh.
them, littering his dead skin.
This is... Hold on. Let's save before asking this one, because the direct approach is not going to go well.
Right to work!
You mercenary hired by wild
Free
times?
flow of commerce!
Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
Fucking fuck.
He breathes out slowly, his giant chest deflating and his mouth slightly open.
You hear a tiny rattle, a small radio, cracking somewhere.
Damn.
An earpiece.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
Lieutenant says his voice is soothing.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now.
Ah.
Somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's thinking. This is not the time.
Okay.
The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
Alrighty. That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Just need a little more money. Little more money. Is there anything left to do with this?
An old monument.
Gotcha. Nothing there. Pines. Do I have tear? I do have tear to sell. Thank you.
The tear machine. Your bottles clump
Not
into the
enough.
machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man. now.
Electrochemistry. I'm not buying drugs and alcohol.
Do you know what you should do with that
No!
money, kiddo?
No!
You should buy more alcohol.
No!
Enter the...
Is...
How did I know? Not only did I know, I knew exactly what it was going to be about. Hey, I have the uniform.
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want?
Host Almighty. He's a total bummer now.
Let me go over a
Yes.
few more things that are in it.
What about René?
After my
Yes.
Sindir
We are both very...
It is what I just done.
Bye. Can never ask about a sandwich. That's because electrochemistry is your girl, whether you like it or not. No, I refuse to claim ownership. I don't wanna. I don't wanna.
Hello, hello. Let's
Something to
sure.
sell.
Let me have a... Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I need like... How much money do I need? 40 cents.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I'll sell it. Oh. Alright.
Another time.
I finally have enough money. I need to go save her. Speaker Chan. I'm here.
Everything's still.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers
They're not.
They're
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
That's why.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
I want the speakers.
Well, but see, they are the. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the.
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first.
I need 50 more cents. You gotta be shitting me. You have got to be shitting me. I hate it here. Oh my god.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help. Sure.
That's something I want
Let
to
me have a
sell.
look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I hate it here. I hate it here. Don't have anything
Another
to sell.
time.
I need 40 more cents. This sucks. Sucks on ice. What do I have left that I can do? What's a task? I can talk to the ravers. I can talk to the ravers. Maybe I'll get an encyclopedia check. Maybe I'll get some money. Can someone please just exposit at me for cash? You've lost in the marketplace of ideas. Unfortunately for you, my thoughts make me money. There could not be a more thoughtful marketplace that could possibly exist. I merely have to think about things and I become richer. Okay, hold on. Also, I should probably have my tear bag out, just in case. Can I say anything to you?
Hello again.
You better give me back that fucking hat. Your source of income is limited since it only allows you to generate revenue from existing knowledge. But it doesn't even have to be that big of existing knowledge.
Good morning, Tate.
Let's see.
Hi again. So, how are things going? Goodbye, officer.
Okay, let's buff up my logic. One moment. Excuse me. Give me just a moment. I need to look like a complete tool so I can know more things. I actually have a lot of things to bump up my logic.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Pretty good.
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids?
Okay, kids, now gather around.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Sometime in the past, I'm not sure when and where, but betrayal was involved. I fell sick and became the shadow you see now. But before that, I have reason to believe I was a police detective.
But you still are.
Thank you for your kind words, but everyone in here sees I'm a disgrace to the uniform. I was good enough in this job to be awarded the rank of Lieutenant Euphrater. I could have been captain. Imagine that.
What happened?
Disco happened.
I've been trying to say we need the next step in dance music to happen fast. Shut it. What? I have.
Now,
I said that.
obviously that might as well have happened 1,000 years ago, but there's still some detective left in me.
The young speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong.
Suna hinted that there's something else going on here. That I'm being naive.
Hey man, who knows what she's on about? I get it. She doesn't want us in the church. She's got something against us.
Who doesn't like to dance? She doesn't like to dance.
This isn't the makings of a club. It's a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs. Drugs.
I have no idea how
Drugs?
you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
He points at the speaker.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Where's his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker. You only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
I can get us another speaker. The Nosefed is here for its active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
The distilled water, coverstone of a clean lab. Cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life. What's your point, Lawbringer?
There is no need for me to pile on anymore, is there?
No shit.
In short, you tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Preposterous?
I meant to say, not true.
So, you shouldn't be drinking distilled water? Yeah, no, I'll be honest, I have distilled water for my CPAP machine, and it does take genuine effort for me to not take a swig from that big jug that is sitting next to my bed at all hours of the day. So what are we going to do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
No, it's not going to kill me, but I need, that's, you know, I need that water specifically for the machine. You tell me what's really going on here and then we'll work. I can be leaving. I don't really care. I just wanted to crack the case. Do what you want. We do this lawman style. First you tell me everything, then I pass judgment.
Or else?
Or else my cut will be 100%. Haven't you heard? I'm the dirtiest cop this side of the river. Or else I'll call back up and haul you off to the pen. For starters.
Okay, man. Okay.
This guy suddenly sounds very familiar. I can brush my teeth all by myself, okay? That's what it is.
Things are just so hard for an entrepreneur in this city right now. It's not like we lied when we said we want to turn a church into the wickedest club in East Revershow.
I can't unhear it now.
Because we do! We totally
I can't unhear it now. That's what it is.
We just need to turn it into a speed lab before.
Uh-huh.
To get our foot in the door.
And why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
Not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
Uh-huh.
But the sign was way off, too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Whatever you think is right, sir. But please, we were only trying to make a living.
This is it. Judgment time.
Pack up and report to Precinct 41. Give me your cash. Let's see. It wouldn't work without the lab. Do what you want, but you keep the club alive. Let's do this clean. No speed lab, just a club for anodic music.
Yeah!
Young man's smile widens to inhuman proportions. His teeth beam in the floodlight.
I knew it.
The would-be leader drops his spiked head between his knees.
It's impossible now.
It's impossible now?
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for anodic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
What's this about a fish?
There needs to be a club for anodic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time.
Oh shit, Egghead is the brains of the operation. No wonder his name's Egghead.
We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
Alright, let's call this indecent crime prevention, but I have my eye on you.
Okay. We'll try to do it without the drugs.
Raises his head from between his
We'll do a
knees.
straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but. I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Hell
Goodbye,
yeah.
officer.
Egghead, I like your style.
The large-headed youth has closed his eyes, lost in the music. Sensing you, he opens them.
Good morning, Tycoon. Yeah.
Tycoon. What do you think? How's the sign looking now, man?
Huh? I see you're here again. Off sign, man.
Oh, the sign's all right now?
You heard me.
Stage gamma disalignment. See. Well, we've done it now. Anything new to say to you?
Hello again.
Your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of the plan?
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth. Which isn't much.
Give me back my hat.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquents.
Give me back my hat.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Have a good one, Clown. Thanks for sticking around.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
Instead you opted to admit the truth. It's the same thing.
I know. But
Give me back my
see
hat.
through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them. And I will in the future. I promise.
Give me back my hat.
May I ask? What did you tell them?
Do what you will with the dance club plans. Just no drug labs, please.
Thank you. I'll get them under wraps.
Give me back my hat! Didn't even put the fucking hat on. I'm so mad. I just want my hat back, damn it. I just want my hat back. I miss it so much. I want my hat. I look good in that hat. I hate it here. This sucks. I don't want to live like this anymore.
Yes, what is it?
Let you work in peace now. Is that... I'm sorry, is that not... What now? Is this just resolved? Tell Andre about soonest... Oh. Okay. I didn't know that I had to... Well, now it's just a long walk back. I love how you kept a logic look for a while there. I looked like an honest-to-God detective from a fucking crime novel. It was great. Now I look like... I don't know, man. I don't even know what I look like. I hate this. Whatever it is.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Here to talk about the church
Yes?
again.
What's the deal?
Was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of the Fortress Occident, appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She did not like the Enotic Dance Club idea.
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
She made it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is
And you
finished.
can't just evict her?
No, I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution.
Look at you, honour man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
Uh-huh. Especially the ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
Uh-huh. The lines in the dark, huh? What lines specifically?
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
She absolutely does not. Really, truly despises it.
Egghead cannot believe what he just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment. But then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I refuse to throw her out, but I can try convincing her.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
Okay. Now I need to get away from this because this loop is going to drive me insane. Okay. What do I think I should have on here? Empathy? Probably. That lowers my empathy. That also lowers my empathy. Where's my t-shirt? I don't know. There's my t... What am I looking for? This one. Logic. Savoir-faire. Visual calculus. Drama. Plus logic minus authority. Plus reaction speed minus rhetoric. Okay. This works. I missed my hat. I missed my hat. I looked perfect. I missed my hat. Hello there, ma'am.
Yes, what is it?
Wait, hold on, no. I want encyclopedia just in case. Hi there, ma'am.
Yes, what is it?
What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre, he wants to make it work.
I don't want to make anything work.
Hold on. You don't want to make anything work?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortress Accident.
Ah! Are you bitter because your radio game project failed?
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever again.
Well, hold on a minute.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it.
What do I have for suggestion? I have something that makes my suggestion better. Where is it? This.
Yes, what is it?
Easy. Yes. When her research is done.
Wow, that's scary. Wow, that's scary. Listen, about your research. You mentioned earlier that it's not going very well. Maybe I can help you with something?
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
But if I could help you finish the project, then you wouldn't have to live in a church next to the Boom Boom anymore. Just think about it.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
All right. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
By your old workspace, do you mean the studio of Fortress Occident in the Doom commercial area?
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Actually, I've already been inside the Doom commercial area.
Good. Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. The filament is inside the fridge. Just go and get it.
Huh? Where exactly is the offsite?
In the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you. It has red glowing eyes. It's impossible to miss. You just need to get the offsite copy from the ice bear.
Oh no.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
I found a note from the ice bear fridge that said the offsite copies have moved to a safer place.
A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
That the offsite copy had been taken to a nearby ice cream maker. The note was signed by someone named Sulislav.
Zawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Sulislav Zawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. And feature creep, and the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous.
Crosses her arms to find
And the
it.
heads. I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
Again, it's completely frozen.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet.
Oh.
It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Why can't you go and get
the
filament
bookstore
yourself?
lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means.
That's why it was the doomed commercial area. Wait, are you part of the curse?
Of course not. Anyway, I don't have my keys anymore and she won't let me in.
Why did you think you're part of the
Because
curse?
she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
Don't be too harsh, that's only because of socio-economic situation. What if it does emit elemental evil? Narrow your eyes. It's a bit biased. Only because of their socio-economic situation.
But she literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my Reim Civic.
Ah.
I'm not making this up.
No, I've seen her do a similar
The
thing.
lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic. It's a backup of my former employer's project. The radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
What's the glowing cube?
She's making it extra simple for you.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. Thanks. And here's my Qualsund multitool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offside copy, then you can keep the Qualsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Kvalsund, the legendary Kvalsund multi-tool. This is Prybar version 2.0 for professionals like you.
Hell yeah. New crowbar. Oh, wow, this thing is heavy fucking duty. Wow. Prybar +2, if you will. Built by Kvalsund and Vasa. Number of gadgets hidden within the frame of the yellow and gray multi-tool will stagger any technician. Wow. We've got a fucking weapon at our side now. Back to the Martinez waterfront. What was that? Huh? Flashlight as well. What if we double fist crowbars? Hell yeah. I'm ready for anything.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Holy fuck. That's it? Physical instrument. Don't I have anything else for physical instrument? Do I have something making my physical instrument worse? -2 from thoughts. Fuck. 12 hours. If I stop, is it just canceled outright? Does it keep any of the progress? Well, like, there's one way to find out. I have a feeling it's just going to cancel the progress. Oh! Really? Really?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Crack open lid.
Ice squeaks beneath your Kvalsund multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
This thing has been unplugged for like 4 days. How is it not defrosted enough yet? Okay, well, back to it. Interesting. That's good to know that you can just turn a thought off if you need it. Looks like we're buffing up our physical instrument next level. We need 20 more experience. So where can I get some encyclopedic knowledge? Would be a shit freezer if it melted the second power was cut. I mean, it's been off for like half a week. I guess that's a pretty good freezer, but it's making me sad. Am I really about to smoke cigarettes so that I can make myself stronger? I don't wanna do this. What else can I do? I don't have any other tasks that I can complete. What's the map wall? Is that what I think it is? Even Kim smokes? Don't you want to be like him? I'm trying to quit! Is this the map wall?
Just an ordinary wall.
No, backyard. Okay, what's the map wall? What is that? Oh! Oh, in the store, in the bookstore. Yeah.
Several maps have been the maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda.
I'm sorry, officer. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio...
Encyclopedia, maybe!
...spruced the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
What happened
then? They didn't
then?
get that far.
Come on!
For some reason. A shame.
The north coast to the east, Huron. It's so small you can't even see it. No,
Shivers?
Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore? Or is it just you?
Inland Empire?
No.
Volition.
This is somewhere to be. This large map, Ozon. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on a north, radiating outwards from you.
Can you see the cities?
Lost Little Pearl. 850 people live on these little dots. An oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history. The ocean breaks connections to 850 million.
Okay, hold on,
this
wait.
Large
Just checking.
Radiating. You can. Lost 850 million. The ocean connections.
Just the one.
850 million.
So that's not it. Is this the map wall?
This bookstore is
no paranormal books. Oh, is this just another check that doesn't exist anymore? Yeah, I think a lot of these are just checks that don't exist anymore. Yep. Feld mural, this one's gone. Shit. What else can I do? What else can I do? Are there conversations I can repeat that have encyclopedia checks? Or maybe, hold on. I have an idea. That I haven't read all my books. No, I can do that, but that'll pass a lot of time. Where is it?
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework. The
Press
speaker.
play.
Good. Please repeat.
Try the
Good.
password.
Please repeat the password.
Afterlife, death.
Good. I've...
Really?
Yes!
She just used the same password?
Yes!
Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering.
Press
With a
print.
quiet determination, the printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan.
Read the
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read about the workforce. Who
Fortress
worked there long
Accident
ago? For how
employed
long?
18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations.
Okay, electrochemistry, what do you think about that?
But on the other hand, their obligations were piling up at an inhumane rate, a rate that could only be amended by Pyrrolidon.
Encyclopedia, are you going to tell me what Pyrrolidon is?
Why did Fortress
Logic.
Accident have so many concept artists?
Why did a radio game need so
It
many
didn't.
artists? Didn't need so many concept
No,
artists?
Definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
What about the
In
capital?
its short time of existence, Fortress Accident, SCA, managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays.
Uh-oh.
Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished.
Electrochemistry?
400,000 Ria? You're my yo. These guys knew how to party.
Okay, so you're also interested in money? Are you just, like, every single vice rolled into one? Have some restraint, man!
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Because the concept
Not the
artists?
concept artists. It wasn't even the writers. With their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches, it was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development.
Money can be exchanged for drugs and services. You doubted me when I said electrochemistry Chan would have an impulse to eat a rock. I don't like her.
They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank
She's
account.
nothing like me.
They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
I could have. I could have bridged the gap.
No, you couldn't have.
What do you mean? I totally could have.
Definitely not.
Oh! Wow. Wow!
Not a chance.
All right.
Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
What?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsborn Suliswav Jalisa, decided that what Whirl Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
Excuse me? That's some insane. That is insane.
The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
How many heads
So
were there?
many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men. all of which could be endlessly recombined.
How many combinations could you make out of that?
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Yes, how bad could it be? Oh, it's still going! Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Oh, no! Oh, no, 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 no!
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
I fucked up.
He's dying for a cigarette. Come to think of it, you are.
This has nothing to do with anything electrochemistry. Oh my god, it's still going. What have I done? What have I done?
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Just let the numbers wash over you. So that's
it.
So that's what did them in.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
I must be the anomaly Suna mentioned the church.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
An anomaly caused all the data to get
When
lost
the
in the air?
project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Wasn't there a copy of the game?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
S. Luukinen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
That's not very convincing, is
Her
it?
former colleagues would agree with you. She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament memory in a fridge.
Is there anything else the lead
The
programmer?
production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Read the notes.
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said.
Turn out the printout and throw it away.
Tiles
Why
on the
throw it
cube
away?
are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow.
I'm surprised you didn't get
Fluorescent
any
plain
experience
print
for
keys
that.
shine on the keyboard.
Remove the
The
production
filament
schedule.
slides out of its glowing nest.
When they say that radio computer computation happens on air, they mean literally on the air.
This old fireplace is covered in a diagram for summoning some radio frequencies. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system. Split, you think so?
Piece of art.
They must have had massive air width.
Who's the
Someone
game master?
variable, the leader of a massive, whoever
Game
decides to,
playing?
a list of, all of this is gone. There's no way.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious
Air
the
width.
project became.
How do you say
The
that?
schedule.
What else?
Nothing.
Anything on here?
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard. Some of the writing has...
What else can I do here? What else can I do here? Is there anything else I can do here? I really expected that to give us some experience.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dad?
I was really thinking that would give me something, anything, and then it didn't. I'm gonna have to smoke cigarettes. I hate it here.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
This sucks.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Do you have another hat? What are you doing
Nah.
here?
Oh, I found something. I thought this would fit you.
No
Like,
shit!
Thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
She's back! She's back!
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all... Right.
Alright, I'll see you around, Annette. You have no idea what you've just done for me, Annette. Oh my god, she's back! We're back in action, baby. We've never looked better. Oh, man! Oh, baby! What a day! Oh, what a day! I'm smiling like an idiot right now. I have an unhealthy emotional attachment to this hat. Imagining these animated movie scenes where Union is Jelly on their knees crying and the hat running up to them for a hug. Went to the village on the coast, officer. See you there, Joyce says on the post-it note. Note on the post. I guess it is a post-it note in some way. You know. Okay, but this still doesn't solve our needing experience problem. I'm happy to have the hat back. I cannot believe that worked, but it did. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. That's incredible. I can't believe that worked. That's the luckiest shit that's ever happened to me. I'm never taking this hat off ever again. It's back.
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup alongio. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard.
Huh?
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up!
What's going on here? Hold on, Kim. We should discuss for a minute. What should we
You're
expect?
right. Let's talk this through.
Looks at the apartment door and lowers his voice a bit.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio.
What?
We have our first preliminary identification. In all
Oh,
likelihood, the deceased
no, I
is
forgot
the
about
husband of
this.
Billy Méjean. We need to confirm these, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself.
Oh, no.
Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Advice on how to
Dad,
tell her he's...
just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
All right, I think
The
I'm ready.
lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hold on, let me get into something a little bit more empathetic. 1 second. Actually, I'm pretty sure these are quite empathetic. Alright. Wait, no. Yes, alright. Okay.
A weathered brown door. Something's... The lieutenant, this is the door.
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up!
Necktie Chan, we need to do this.
Hello? Who is it?
Voice calls out from the other side of the door.
And someone turns down the radio.
Look at the lieutenant first.
He gives you a short, encouraging nod.
Is this Billy Méjean's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
You're shuffling inside.
Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open.
Hi there, ma'am.
It's you from the bookstand.
Oh, no.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief. For now, you're on your own here. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm alright.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face.
No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
Lieutenant's handkerchief. I'm just gonna go for it.
You've done this before.
Yeah.
Just keep your focus.
God, do I just say he's dead like that?
Yes. That's the most important thing. Use that word.
Very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Méjean, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
Husband Victor Méjean is dead. Very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh.
She touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater.
Oh. But he was just...
Looks at the kitchen table where two cigarette butts lay are still in the
But
tray.
he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
An accident. He fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role, yes.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
Couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears. as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief.
Here, take this. Give her the lieutenant's handkerchief.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I just got full body chills in that interaction there.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls.
Mary gets suddenly sucked out of her
God.
moments.
Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
No, take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
Answer a leaflet with the morgue's contact.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
He rubs her face, runs her fingers over her cheeks that have become numb.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
And I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her. Leave the room. Hi, Kim.
You did well.
What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
Alright, this is case
Let's
closed.
go.
We got the level, but at what cost? Oh, man. And there was... This is a fucked up thing to be thinking at a time like this, but there was a bunch of shit in there I could have inspected for experience that's lost forever. There might have been items in there. Are there any items in there? Is there clothes in there I can take? So you missed a ton of dialogue with the woman before this point? Oh no. Physical instrument. Yeah, you could have built some communism with her. Oh. Which adds to the scene, but you have to be irreverent and kind of rude. Oh no. Okay. Now we've got it this time for sure. Close. I'll get my tank top on. I'm ready. I'm ready.
This orange machine is dead still. It
Really?
has
That's the best... Oh, wait, hold on.
ice cream
Hold on.
churner.
Hold that thought.
This orange machine is
Okay.
dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer.
The odds are
The ice
slightly
around
in
it
our favor, but that
slowly
doesn't mean
melting.
much.
Ice squeaks
Damn
with your Kavalzund multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost.
Damn it, man! That sucks. Okay. Let's try the one with Egghead then. Also, we have enough money. We got there was an encyclopedia check somewhere that I don't remember where. We have enough money to get the shoes and the speaker.
The speakers below are back.
Super cool! Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
Okay, now let me buy the speakers.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage.
We got her. Holy shit! Pretty big turnaround. Why did you even buy these? They're no magic speakers. These are lame speakers. All they will ever produce is a faint memory of a song you've been trying to listen to. Sell them for cash. I refuse to do so. I will not. Too fast for facts. Luckily, Electro-chan is here to rescue you from the formidable freezer check. No! No! Limitless grip, steady ground. The Ultra Series found sneakers put lightness and grip above all else. The grip tape covered springboard soles of the ultralight synth fabric technology can exit every corner with the maximum traction of a gentleman's racer. Okay, so let's see all the found stuff we have. So we're missing pants and glasses, probably. We're looking like a grade A tool. Get my hat back on. Logic. Let's get volition. Yeah, we want that. And we want these. Guy could run for miles and earn 56th place in the marathon. That's so specific. Why 56? Nope. Just need to get a little closer and then I can fast travel. Alrighty. Do the church. Keeps doing that pan. What's up with that? Okay. I'm still holding that thought. So let's get our tank top on for physical instrument. Anything else for physical instrument? Nope.
The large-headed...
Good morning, Tycoon! Yeah!
Come on.
You know
Yes!
it's in your lungs where the pressure should
Yes!
vibrate. In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal.
Needs more bass.
What?
And a melody. A good melody is what makes a song really stick, so that you can't get it out of your head anymore. Point to your head.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
Nowhere. I'm not going to become some sort of an audit cop, too. I've got enough coppa types already. Nah, fuck it. More coppa types. I don't know. I was thinking you would know.
Sorry, I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just a party guy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed. He can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
Okay, I'll look into it in official capacity. It's up to the police to make the beats go harder. Alright, I'll see if I can come up with something on my own. A citizen investigation. Nah, I'm gonna make it official.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Van Eyck's jam.
Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Copman.
Copman!
I have a tape with me. Maybe you can use it to improve NH Jam.
Yeah! Spins the tape until the space escape! Yeah!
Huh. Let's explore our options first, but I had that idea in mind and I was hoping it would be an option. Realizing now it may not be a good one, all things considered, but I am interested to see where it goes. Okay. Does it take time to fast travel? Oh, hold on a minute. No, we had a thought! We had a thought! Same address the lead program Fortune Oxynaut was looking for. Oh, okay. I mean, I feel like we're a little slow on the upkeep there. Find a tape. Alright. Martinez Waterfront. Keeps doing that. Okay.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
You sell tapes?
Tapes? You mean like music tapes? No, music is out. Don't listen to music. I sell extremely cool sunglasses. If you want to get your mojo going.
No idea where I can find tapes.
Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. There's one in the bushes, right behind this lorry. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes, mister.
You should have a look. It's better than nothing.
All right, I'll take a look then. Hold on a minute though. What's this? Footfall with not human. The Phasmid, perhaps? No, you know it's a dog. That's not a bush. That's a tree.
Tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches.
Piss off, nature!
In the breeze.
Good Hawthorne.
Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102. Underneath a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant.
Half-light?
You
Physical
tree-hugging
instrument.
pansy.
Come on, fuck you!
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint with slow
Yeah.
and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it, so that you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
Yeah.
What's the tape for?
It's for Egghead. I promised to make Van Eyck's jam hit a bit harder. Maybe this tape can help.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it?
I think at least one of the ravers would know how to fix a broken tape if they want to set up
You
a
could
nightclub.
also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses similar tape.
On it. Oh, man. I probably... Shit! I could have fixed the broken tape from the start of the game.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
Let
do you
me
know how
know
to
if
fix
I
this?
can help you with anything.
Show a bundle of
You
items,
mean
okay.
re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but...
I need to be able to play this tape.
But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
Isn't this the same?
No, it's different. Those film tapes actually mean something to me. But this is just a worthless bundle of old tape.
This could be the next big thing for the local dance music scene,
Huh?
Roy. You know
What
that
do you mean?
little church down the coast?
Yes. What
Met some
about
young
it?
ravers near the place. They want to turn the church into a nightclub and play some weird neo-disco beats there. They call it erotic dance music. I promised to help them with that.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
No. No, that's the thing. You can't believe how unbelievably thin the beat is. There's nothing to it. No bass. It just goes bzz, bzz, bzz. But this tape could make it hardcore.
Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand.
It took more than just a few moments. That was at least 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was. Respooling isn't that difficult. Although I had to mend the tape in a few places. Anyhow, it's yours now.
Well, thanks for the help.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
Alright. Well, now we need to listen to that tape, obviously. Okay. Yep. Reel of magnetic tape. Tools. Let's get our jukebox out. I can't equip this to play tapes. I can't... Oh! In an odd format that doesn't fit into portable tape players. I see. Well, that makes me sad. But okay. Alright, here's what I need you all to do, okay? If Merrick pops in at any point during the stream, okay, and he sees that we have the hat again, obviously, no one say a fucking thing. Alright? Don't say a goddamn thing. I need all of you to act natural. Act like we never lost the hat, alright? You hear me? It's perfectly normal that the hat is back. Nothing even happened. Alright? I mean, it's just if. Exactly. I mean, Hatchan's always been here. Thank you. Interesting that it doesn't take time to fast travel. Alright, let's get in there.
The large-headed youth has closed his eyes, lost in the music. Sensing you, he opens them.
Good morning, Tycoon! Yeah!
I found this reel. Maybe you can use the Hard Up Aches jam.
Yeah! Remix time!
His voice
Tape
booms.
goes here,
Oh.
into deck B.
Tape booms through the church as he takes the tape and attaches it to an empty reel slot. Tape goes here into deck B. Clicks a switch, the tape starts spinning.
A hand on his ear. He listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
Ready. Oh shit, music time!
Wow! Here's that! The signs match perfectly!
Huh.
Now if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper!
Oh.
The way I see it, Van Eyck based his remix on some famous original piece, like a folk song, something local. Seems you found an initial part with the main melody.
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
Hell yeah.
Lloyd's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well. Something mysterious is going on here.
I agree with Noid. It's just luck and Egghead's incredible. Maybe Arno Van Eyck lives around here and just threw part of his song away because he thought it was shit.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits! Bring up the volume!
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that?
Andre looks back at you.
I remember. You said it needs more bass.
You can't just leave it without a bass track.
Honestly, nothing springs to my mind right now, but I'll see if I can come up with a solution down the lane.
Yo, the warrior! The warrior of dance music!
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
but it could be hyper hardcore.
Alrighty, Egghead. Help Egghead with the beat. This may take a while. Arno Van Eyck. +1 interfacing during the time. Interesting. Huh. And it would only take 50 minutes. As opposed to this, which still has 11 hours left. Could be coincidence? Maybe it's the hand of the man machine himself in an attempt to craft a perfect song. Maybe Egghead is actually Arno Van Eyck in disguise. Egg? I want to see where this one goes. Yeah, internalize. Here's what we'll do. We'll internalize it. Here's what we'll do. In the meantime, we can read our books. Or rather, we'll read our case files.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board.
I want to just...
Without resistance
fucking
or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Close the permeable compartment. Browse the case files again.
Petty theft. Spousal. You don't
read
exactly.
a case
It takes
file.
about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
The Next World
This
mural.
one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne.
Grand Couronne.
The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Do I ever find out who came up
The
with it?
case files do not show you finding the author of the design.
Read on.
The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3.
What the hell is a plebiscite?
The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Keep the mural, it is right.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us.
I must have voted and possibly even lobbied to remove the thing because I don't believe in that rubbish one bit. The middle class are not to be blamed. It's human nature.
Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man?
Preach free market 9 times? That was
what
free
do you
market.
Want to tackle next? Or are we done?
Square bullet hole murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
What?
That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
This goes in the square hole.
Who
Sequence
knows?
killer?
Those pages are missing. What next?
What
Don't
next?
worry. One day.
One day? Murder at the hookah parlor.
Murder. Tum-tum-tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
How?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
I'm not the one stalling. Right, on with the murder.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor.
Hookah.
Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Is Joseph Mills a good cop?
No. He was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
Go on.
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
You get high off of it?
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
Sounds pretty stupid.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, so anyway.
In his 20s, found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then
you say real cool, he says, yeah,
he's
real
dead
stupid.
on the floor with his skull busted open. Blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge.
Sucked hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table, and died?
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, because of that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
What was he doing there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next.
All right, well, that's all my case files. And we have a breakthrough regarding Van Eyck. Let's see what we're thinking.
Anna Van Eyck. Okay, so Egghead is clearly not Van Eyck in disguise. Van Eyck is an Oranese disc jockey, but those people get around, especially in Revachol, in the clubs on Boogie Street. Perhaps he stayed here for a short stint and discarded part of the song he was working on, just threw it away, and then it ended up in the hawthorn tree. But why? Did he think it was retrograde? It wasn't. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of the future and did not want for it to arrive just yet. Perhaps the city whispered the top line to him, and he was frightened by it.
Oh, bonuses? All Motorix white checks unlocked. Reveals Arno van Eyck gig posters in the world. Huh! That's a really specific thing to do. Now, did it actually give me all those yellow checks back? Wow. Well, it sure did. All two of them. All two of them, which are no longer accessible. Cool. Hardcore. Well, let's go check out the, apparently we can check that mural again. So let's go do that. Alright, I did have an actual question. In Billy Majon's house, was there anything actually in there? Or is it just stuff to inspect? I'm not going to reload and get stuff if there was. But I'd like to know. I need conceptualization. Don't think so? Gotcha. Have we found Ruby yet? Not yet, no. I've been fucking around with side stuff. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff you could steal from a fresh widow.
Nothing to see here.
In the dimming light, the things become clearer. You have a keen aesthetic sensibility. Cindy's artistic impulses are infectious. Please.
Because
yes!
See it, finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts in your brain.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God.
More!
Oh, Wallfather.
Oh. Kim, I must paint this wall. Add even more beauty to it.
Huh? He sounds tired of it all. Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
First, I know you're tired, Kim, but take another look at this wall. Draw nourishment from its beauty.
Mm-hmm.
Lieutenant looks up at the wall reluctantly, then back at you. I must talk to Sydney. Get the materials. Get the necessary materials.
If you must.
Conceptualization cop back on the beat! Back on the beat. Where's that from? Skullgirls. Hey! Very appropriate. Arno van Eyck, the Elysium. Hey, and we get experience for every one of those. Hi, Cindy.
Hello again, officers.
Cindy, I need some paint.
Have you come to admire my mural?
I need some paint in your brush.
What for?
The apocalypse is coming. I need to warn people. For my motor carriage, I'm doing renovation. It's boring, but necessary. For art. It's for art, okay?
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about?
Everything is sad and shit. We need art to make it okay. Just give me the brush. Just give me the brush. I haven't thought of anything yet, but I'm sure I will.
Then you have time to find your own fucking brush.
To crush a man's dreams like that. I hope you're happy.
There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything.
Attempt to explain your artistic intentions.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
Man, that's lame.
It's great.
No, it's pretty fucking lame. I'm gonna paint a self-portrait, but sort of, you know, from the inside to show people what it's like.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo.
But what if I had some interpretive dance?
I think everyone would rather you didn't.
But stop belittling me!
Stop quivering like jello.
then you won't get
I'm
fucked.
jelly! What else am I supposed to do?
But that would mean he doesn't say every pathetic thing that pops in his head.
Okay, I won't do that. Please just give me some paint and a brush. I need to do some
You're
art.
a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Just try not to hurt yourself. And no self-portraits.
Thanks, Sydney.
Oh, but I'm all out of fuel oil.
Fuck! I sold it yesterday.
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil.
Can I just use paint?
Fuel oil is so much cooler.
Nope.
No way you're disfiguring that beautiful wall with something as pedestrian as ordinary paint.
Tim, my friend, would you be willing to sacrifice some of your fuel oil for art?
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but please, leave my kinema out of it.
Catch you later, Cindy. Well, that sucks. Can I just not do that then? Find government-marked heavy fuel oil and return to the wall. Well, let's hope I come across some more. I don't think I will. I knew it was going to be bad. I knew it was a bad idea to sell it. I knew it. I knew it. Now I'm never going to sell anything ever again. Even though I just sold a bunch of things. And then I'm meeting here at... Can we buy it back? No, I don't think you can buy back stuff that you sell. Stabons at 2200 Cape Side Apartments. Alright. That's the case. I think this is the place. So let's just read a book. Primer for Kids, Dorgan or Megamix, Handwritten Note, Greatest Innocence. We read Medicinal Purposes of the Pale. Map of Martinez. Did we look at this one?
The worn map feature.
Put the map away. Apricot chewing gum. 16 days of coldest April.
In your hands, you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekaterina Dahl. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow.
Feels heavy.
Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. It would do that in Grad.
How long is this book anyway?
You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long. Real art is dense and difficult. If it didn't feel like you had to wrestle a suicidal bear to get through it, you weren't really reading.
Look at the back cover.
The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author.
What does she look
She
like?
can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph. And yet, from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you.
Start
In
reading.
cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugoslavia riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. The Yugoslavia riots
Hell yeah!
ranged from 27 to 29. Fueled by ethnic unrest and the state's repressive tactics, these events are often seen as marking the end of a brief period of liberalization known as the Yugoslavia Spring. Like all such periods, it is frequently memorialized in art and literature. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes.
What happens next?
It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure?
Read 10 more pages.
They go through a brief and somewhat awkward
my
love affair.
God!
And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence. He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka Polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft. She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude, their bodies growing ever more decrepit.
Terrible.
As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with regret.
Boy. Okay, so that book was 600 pages, and we read it in 40 minutes. I really thought that would take more time. Oh, hold on a second. Leading intellectual organ of Martinez communism offers a radical Mazovian perspective on the range of contemporary issues. Cover features a stylized portrait of the late King Frizzle with a pair of white antlers growing out of his head. We need to read this!
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Frizzle. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Why Frizzle?
Because Frizzle was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Flip through the pages.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your
No!
attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white.
I was on the bus earlier today, and there was a little child reading a real physical book. Their stupid 10-year-old ass was taking a minute plus to read a full spread. Oh, man. Can't afford a smartphone.
No advertisements, you notice. So who's funding this radical commentary?
How is that savoir-faire?
After rifling the pages with your thumb
What are
several
you?
times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Read the editor.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers.
Oh no.
Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. Perhaps they've overestimated the market demand for this kind of commentary. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Kim, I think this is a communist magazine.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
I want to catch up on international
This section
developments.
includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Saint-Saëns.
Oh no, I'm lost.
You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture.
Oh, encyclopedia?
Why
Logic.
they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you. Obviously because it's cool to drop random phrases in foreign languages.
What is your fucking deal, savoir-faire?
It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. In Revachol, it's held quadrennially on the prestigious Zero Carousel racing circuit.
Read the profile of CS.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Uh-huh.
That certainly sounds like a certain delinquent youth who likes to harass you from her balcony.
See what these communists have to say about Tip Top.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
Wait, what's wrong with Tip Top?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships. And then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes.
Hang on, who wrote this stuff?
Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines. Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names.
Wait, why aren't they real names?
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
Ooh, pseudonym is a fantastic name. So bad about sponsorships.
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a Fritta.
Right, then you get to see them
And
crash.
that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
No, I'm pretty sure I like it for the racing.
Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being engulfed in flames that you crave. It's the stilted language and overconfident tone. That's the real giveaway here. You're almost certainly reading a recycled university essay, one that could probably use some edits.
Take out your pen. I'm just going to make a few quick changes.
Armed with the lieutenant's trusty blue pen,
Hell yeah!
You spend entirely too much time striking every meaningless word and unsubstantiated claim you come across.
Does not understand capitalism, needs an editor.
By the time you're finished, the original article is nearly illegible.
You know, most people would just write a letter to the editor. Or even better, just leave it be.
Kim, you wouldn't believe how badly written some of these articles are. Kim, the article says that no one really watches Tip Top Tournée for the races.
I can imagine. Something tells me there's not exactly a glut of young communists itching to write about Tip Top for La Fumée. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The
See what they
table
mean
of
by
contents
local
unfolds before you.
concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Oh.
You skim the headlines. Paint the harbour red and white.
Oh, almost enough.
Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Oh no! It'd be better for everyone if labor and capital could reach some reasonable accommodation. Damn communists should have killed a lot of them when we had the chance. If it weren't for Wild Pines, all those moochers would be out of a job. Charging rent just to live somewhere is pretty outrageous. Yeah. I mean, it's a moral intern approach
According
here.
to these editorials,
yeah. Defend the
there can
political
be no
center 7
accommodation
times.
with the
We
forces
finally
of
hit it, folks.
international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition. Why do communists love puerile insults? And they wonder why they're always being left out in the cold.
Hold on, what's this about a
Judging
coalition?
from the context, it's something very large and fundamental. You should probably know about it already, honestly. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Put the magazine away. Alright. I need to waste 10 more minutes. How can I do that? So how close are we to leveling up? 36. Okay. What can I read? What can I read? What takes 10 minutes? I can read my case notes again. I can read the hookah parlor one again. We'll do that. Inventory.
It's the ledger you found. It takes
case
about
file.
half a
Murder at the hookah parlor.
Joseph Mills. Okay. So the case...
Really
yeah,
cool.
really lame. No one and Mills has no idea.
Sucks who
See?
just stood up.
You
Must
can't...
have sucked a lot
Yeah.
of it.
He liked his hookah. Smoking hookah.
Okay,
Didn't
I can
not
revisit
much
this.
is-
Put the ledger away. All right, we're good to go. Play the quick song of double time, and then we're ready to roll. Conceptualization. All right. I'm ready for communism. I've never been more ready for communism in my entire life, which is why we're going to take a break because I've been streaming for 3 hours. So, get up, stretch, get some water, get a snack, walk your dog, brush your teeth, all that jazz. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. But no animal can reason, objected Rainsford. My dear fellow, said the general, there is one that can. But you can't mean, gasped Rainsford. And why not? I can't believe you're serious, General Zaroff. This is a grisly joke. Why should I not be serious? I'm speaking of hunting. Hunting? Great guns, General Zaroff. What you speak of is murder. The general laughed with entire good nature. He regarded Rainsford quizzically. I refuse to believe that so modern and civilized a young man as you seems to harbor romantic ideas about the value of human life. Surely your experiences in the war did not make me condone cold-blooded murder, finished Rainsford stiffly. Laughter shook the general. How extraordinarily droll you are, he said. One does not expect nowadays to find a young man of the educated class, even in America, with such a naive and, if I may say so, mid-Victorian point of view. It's like finding a snuff box in a limousine. Well, doubtless you had Puritan ancestors. So many Americans appear to have had. I'll wager you'll forget your notions when you go hunting with me. You've a genuine new thrill in store for you, Mr. Rainsford. Thank you. I'm a hunter, not a murderer. Dear me, said the general, quite unruffled. Again, that unpleasant word. But I think I can show you that your scruples are quite ill-founded. Yes? Life is for the strong, to be lived by the strong, and, if needs be, taken by the strong. The weak of the world were not put here to give the strong pleasure. I am strong. Why should I not use my gift? If I wish to hunt, why should I not? I hunt the scum of the earth, sailors from tramp ships, lessers, blacks, Chinese, whites, mongrels. A thoroughbred horse or hound is worth more than a score of them. But they are men, said Rainsford hotly. Precisely, said the general. That's why I use them. It gives me pleasure. They can reason after a fashion, so they are dangerous. But where do you get them? The general's left eyelid fluttered down in a wink. This island is called Ship Trap, he answered. Sometimes an angry god of the high seas sends them to me. Sometimes, when Providence is not so kind, I help Providence a bit. Come to the window with me. Rainsford went to the window and looked out toward the sea. Watch! Out there! Exclaimed the general, pointing into the night. Rainsford's eyes saw only blackness. Then, as the general pressed a button, far out to sea Rainsford saw the flash of lights. The general chuckled. They indicate a channel, he said. Where there's none, giant rocks with razor edges crouch like a sea monster with wide-open jaws. They can crush a ship as easily as I crush this nut. He dropped a walnut on the hardwood floor and brought his heel grinding down on it. Oh, yes, he said, casually, as if in answer to a question. I have electricity. We try to be civilized here. Civilized. And you shoot down men. A trace of anger was in the general's black eyes. It was there for but a second. And he said, in his most pleasant manner, Dear me, what a righteous young man you are. I assure you I do not do the thing you suggest. That would be barbarous. I treat these visitors with every consideration. They get plenty of good food and exercise. They get into splendid physical condition. You shall see for yourself tomorrow. What do you mean? We'll visit my training school, smiled the general. It's in the cellar. I have about a dozen pupils down there now. They're from the Spanish bark San Lucar that had the bad luck to go at the rocks out there. A very inferior lot, I regret to say. Poor specimens and more accustomed to the deck than to the jungle. He raised his hand, and Ivan, who served as waiter, brought thick Turkish black coffee. Rainsford, with an effort, held his tongue in check. It's a game, you see, pursued the general blandly. I suggest to one of them that we go hunting. I give him a supply of food and an excellent hunting knife. I give him 3 hours' start. I am to follow, armed only with a pistol of the smallest caliber and range. If my quarry eludes me for 3 whole days, he wins the game. If I find him, The general smiled. He loses. Suppose he refuses to be hunted? Oh, said the general, I give him his option, of course. He need not play that game if he doesn't wish to. If he does not wish to hunt, I turn him over to Ivan. Ivan once had the honor of serving as official announcer to the Great White Tsar, and he has his own ideas of sport. Invariably, Mr. Rainsford, invariably, they choose to hunt. And if they win, the smile on the general's face widened. To date, I have not lost, he said. Then he added hastily, I don't wish you to think me a braggart, Mr. Rainsford. Many of them afford only the most elementary sort of problem. Occasionally I strike a tartar. One almost did win. I eventually had to use the dogs. The dogs? This way, please, I'll show you. The general steered Rainsford to the window. The lights from the windows sent a flickering illumination that made grotesque patterns in the courtyard below. And Rainsford could see moving about there a dozen or so huge black shapes. As they turned toward him, their eyes glittered greenly. A rather good lot, I think, observed the general. They are let out at 7 every night. If anyone should try to get into my house, or out of it, something extremely regrettable would occur to him. He hummed a snatch of a song from the Foyles Bergerie. And now, said the general, I want to show you my collection of heads. Will you come with me to the library? I hope, said Rainsford, that you will excuse me tonight, General Zaroff. I'm really not feeling well. Ah, indeed, the general inquired solicitously. Solicitously? Solicitously. I gotcha. Solicitously. Well, I suppose that's only natural after your long swim. You need a good, restful night's sleep. Tomorrow, you'll feel like a new man, I'll wager. Then we'll hunt, eh? I've one rather promising prospect. Rainsford was hurrying from the room. Sorry you can't go with me tonight, called the general. I expect rather fair sport. A big, strong black. He looks resourceful. Well, good night, Mr. Rainsford. I hope you have a good night's rest. The bed was good, and the pajamas of the softest silk. He was tired in every fiber of his being, but nevertheless, Rainsford could not quiet his brain with the opiate of sleep. He lay, eyes wide open. Once he thought he heard stealthy steps in the corridor outside of his room. He sought to throw open the door. It would not open. He went to the window and looked out. His room was high up in one of the towers. The lights of the chateau were out now, and it was dark and silent. There was a fragment of sallow moon, and by its wan light he could see, dimly, the courtyard. There, weaving in and out of the pattern of shadow, were black, noiseless forms. The hounds heard him at the window and looked up, expectantly, with their green eyes. Rainsford went back to bed and lay down. By many methods he tried to put himself to sleep. He'd achieved a doze when, just as morning began to come, he heard, far off in the jungle, the faint report of a pistol. General Zaroff did not appear until luncheon. He was dressed faultlessly in the tweeds of a country squire. He was solicitous about the state of Rainsford health. As for me, sighed the general, I do not feel so well. I am worried, Mr. Rainsford. Last night I had detected traces of my old complaint. To Rainsford's questioning glance, the general said, ennui, boredom. Then, taking a second helping of crepes Suzette, the general explained, the hunting was not good last night. The fellow lost his head. He made a straight trail that offered no problems at all. That's the trouble with these sailors. They have dull brains to begin with, and they do not know how to get about in the woods. They do excessively stupid and obvious things. It's most annoying. Will you have another glass of Chablis, Mr. Rainsford? General, said Rainsford firmly, I wish to leave this island at once. The general raised his thickets of eyebrows. He seemed hurt. But my dear fellow, the general protested, you've only just come. You've had no hunting. I wish to go today, said Rainsford. He saw the dead black eyes of the general on him, studying him. General Zaroff's face suddenly brightened. He filled Rainsford's glass with venerable Chablis from the dusty bottle. Tonight, said the general, we will hunt. You and I. Rainsford shook his head. No, General, he said. I will not hunt. The general shrugged his shoulders and delicately ate a hothouse grape. As you wish, my friend, he said. The choice rests entirely with you, but may I not venture to suggest that you will find my idea of sport more diverting than Ivan's? He nodded towards the corner to where a giant stood, scowling, his thick arms crossed on his hogshead of a chest. "You don't mean," cried Ransford. "My dear fellow," said the general. "Have I not told you I always mean what I say about my hunting? This is really an inspiration. I drink to a foeman worthy of my steel, at last." The general raised his glass, but Rainsford sat staring at him. "You'll find this game worth playing," the general said enthusiastically. "Your brain against mine, your woodcraft against mine, your strength and stamina against mine. Outdoor chess! And the stake is not without value, eh? And if I win," began Rainsford huskily, "I'll cheerily acknowledge my self-defeat if I do not find you by midnight on the third day," said General Zaroff. "My sloop will place you in the mainland near a town." The general read what Rainsford was thinking. "Oh, you can trust me," said the Cossack. "I will give you my word as a gentleman and a sportsman. Of course you, in turn, must agree to say nothing of your visit here." "I'll agree to nothing of the kind," said Rainsford. "Oh," said the general, "in that case... But why discuss that now? 3 days hence, when we can discuss it over a bottle of Veuve Clicquot, unless..." The general sipped his wine. Then, a business-like air animated him. "Ivan," he said to Rainsford, "will supply you with hunting clothes, food, a knife. I suggest you wear moccasins. They leave a poorer trail. I suggest, too, that you avoid the big swamp in the southeast corner of the island. We call it Death Swamp. There's quicksand there. One foolish fellow tried it. The deplorable part of it was that Lazarus followed him. You can imagine my feelings, Mr. Rainford. I loved Lazarus. He was the finest hound in my pack. Well, I must beg you to excuse me now. I always take a siesta after lunch. You'll hardly have the time to nap, I fear. You'll want to start, no doubt. I shall not follow till dusk. Hunting at night is so much more exciting than by day, don't you think? Au revoir, Mr. Rainsford. Au revoir." General Zaroff, with a deep, courtly bow, strolled from the room. From another door came Ivan. Under one arm he carried khaki hunting clothes, a haversack of food, a leather sheath containing a long-bladed hunting knife. His right hand rested on a cocked revolver thrust in the crimson sash about his waist. Rainsford had fought his way through the bush for 2 hours. "I must keep my nerve. I must keep my nerve," he said through tight teeth. He had not been entirely clear-headed when the chateau gates snapped shut behind him. His whole idea at first was to put distance between himself and General Zaroff, and to this end he had plunged along, spurred on by the sharp roars of something very like panic. Now he had got a grip on himself, had stopped, and was taking stock of himself and the situation. He saw that straight flight was futile. Inevitably, it would bring him face to face with the sea. He was in a picture with a frame of water, and his operations, clearly, must take place within that frame. "I'll give him a trail to follow," muttered Rainsford, and he struck off from the rude path he had been following into the trackless wilderness. He executed a series of intricate loops. He doubled on his trail again and again, recalling all the lore of the fox hunt, and all the dodges of the fox. Night found him leg-weary, his hands and face lashed by the branches, on a thickly wooded ridge. He knew it would be insane to blunder on through the dark, even if he had the strength. His need for rest was imperative, and he thought, "I've played the fox, now I must play the cat of the fable." A big tree with a thick trunk and outspread branches was nearby, and, taking care not to leave the slightest mark, he climbed up into the crotch, and, settling out on one of the broad limbs, after a fashion, rested. Rest brought him new confidence, and almost a feeling of security. Even so zealous a hunter as General Zaroff could not trace him there, he told himself. Only the devil himself could follow that complicated trail through the jungle after dark. But perhaps the general was a devil. An apprehensive night crawled slowly by like a wounded snake, and sleep did not visit Rainsford, although the silence of the dead world was on the jungle. Toward morning, when the dingy gray was varnished by the sky, this cry of some startled bird focused Rainsford's attention in that direction. Something was coming through the brush, coming slowly, carefully, coming by the same winding way Rainsford had come. He flattened himself down on a limb, and through a screen of leaves almost as thick as tapestry, he watched. That which was approaching was a man. It was General Zaroff. He made his way along, his eyes fixed in utmost concentration on the ground before him. He paused almost beneath the tree, dropped to his knees, and studied the ground. Rainsford's impulse was to hurl himself down like a panther, but he saw the general's right hand held something metallic, a small automatic pistol. The hunter shook his head several times as if he were puzzled. Then he straightened up and took from his case one of his black cigarettes. A pungent, incense-like smoke floated up to Rainsford's nostrils. Rainsford held his breath. The general's eyes had left the ground and were traveling inch by inch up the tree. Rainsford froze there, every muscle tensed for a spring. The sharp eyes of the hunter lay stopped before they reached the limb where Rainsford lay. A smile spread over his brown face, where deliberately he blew smoke ring into the air. Then he turned his face back on the tree and walked carelessly away, back along the trail he had come. The swish of the underbrush against his hunting boots grew fainter and fainter. The pent-up air burst hotly from Rainsford's lungs. His first thought made him feel sick and numb. The general could follow a trail through the woods at night. He could follow an extremely difficult trail. He must have uncanny powers. Only by the merest chance had the Cossack failed to see his quarry. Rainsford's second thought was even more terrible. It sent a shudder of cold horror through his whole being. Why had the general smiled? Why had he turned back? Rainsford did not want to believe what his reason told him was true, but the truth was as evident as the sun that had now pushed through the morning mists. The general was playing with him. The general was saving him for another day's sport. The Cossack was the cat. He was the mouse. Then it was that Rainsford knew the full meaning of terror. I will not lose my nerve. I will not. He slid down from the tree and struck once off again into the woods. His face was set, and he forced the machinery of his mind to function. 300 yards from his hiding place, he stopped where a huge dead tree leaned precariously on a smaller, living one. Throwing off his sack of food, Rainsford took his knife from a sheath and began to work with all of his energy. The job was finished at last, and he threw himself down behind a fallen log 100 feet away. He did not have to wait long. The cat was coming to play with the mouse. Following the trail with the sureness of a black hound came General Zaroff. Nothing escaped these searching black eyes. No crushed blade of grass, no bent twig, no mark, no matter how faint, in the moss. So intent was the Cossack on his stalking that he was upon the thing Rainsford had made before he saw it. His foot touched the protruding bow that was the trigger. Even as he touched it, the general sensed his danger and leapt back with the agility of an ape. But he was not quite quick enough. The dead tree, delicately adjusted to rest on the cut living one, crashed down and struck the general a glancing blow on the shoulder as it fell. But for his alertness, he must have been smashed beneath it. He staggered, but he did not fall, nor did he drop his revolver. He stood there, rubbing his injured shoulder, and Rainsford, with fear again gripping his heart, heard the general's mocking laugh ring through the jungle. "Rainsford," called the general, "if you are within sound of my voice, as I suppose you are, let me congratulate you. Not many men know how to make a Malay man-catcher. Luckily for me, I too have hunted in Malacca. You are proving interesting, Mr. Rainsford. I am going now to have my wound dressed. It's only a slight one. But I shall be back. I shall be back." When the general, nursing his bruised shoulder, had gone, Rainsford took up his flight again. It was flight now, a desperate, hopeless flight that carried him on for some hours. Dusk came, then darkness, and still he pressed on. The ground grew softer under his moccasins. The vegetation grew ranker, denser. Insects bit him savagely. Then, as he stepped forward, his foot sank into the ooze. He tried to wrench it back, but the muck sucked viciously at his foot as if it were a giant leech. With a violent effort, he tore his feet loose. He knew where he was now. Death's swamp and its quicksand. His hands were tight closed as if a nerve were something tangible. Someone in the darkness was trying to tear from his grip. The softness of the earth had given him an idea. He stepped back from the quicksand with a dozen feet or so, and, like some huge prehistoric beaver, he began to dig. Rainsford had dug himself in France when a second's delay meant death. That had been a placid pastime compared to his digging now. The pit grew deeper. When it was above his shoulders, he climbed out, and for some hard saplings, cut stakes and sharpened them into a fine point. These stakes he planted in the bottom of the pit, with the points sticking up. With flying fingers, he wove a rough carpet of weeds and branches, and with it, he covered the mouth of the pit. Then, wet with sweat and aching with tiredness, he crouched behind the stump of the lightning-charred tree. He knew his pursuer was coming. He heard the padding sound of feet on the soft earth, and the night breeze brought him the perfume of the general's cigarette. It seemed to Rainsford that the general was coming with unusual swiftness. He was not feeling his way along foot by foot. Rainsford, crouching there, could not see the general, nor could he see the pit. He lived a year in a minute. Then, he felt an impulse to cry aloud with joy, for he heard the sharp crackle of the breaking branches as if the cover gave pit. Sharp crackle of the breaking branches as the cover of the pit gave way. He heard a sharp scream of pain as the pointed stakes found their mark. He leapt up from his place of concealment, then he cowered back. 3 feet from the pit, a man was standing with an electric torch in hand. "You've done well, Rainsford," the voice of the general called. "Your Burmese tiger pit has claimed one of my best dogs. Again, you score. I think, Mr. Rainsford, I'll see what you can do against my whole pack. I'm going home for a rest now. Thank you for a most amusing evening." At daybreak, Rainsford, lying near the swamp, was awakened by a sound that made him know he had new things to learn about fear. It was a distant sound, faint and wavering, but he knew it. It was the baying of a pack of hounds. Rainsford knew he could do one of 2 things. He could stay where he was and wait. That was suicide. He could flee. That was postponing the inevitable. For a moment he stood there, thinking. An idea that held a wild chance came to him, and, tightening his belt, he headed away from the swamp. The baying of the hounds drew nearer, then still nearer, nearer, even nearer. On a ridge, Rainsford climbed a tree, down a watercourse. Not a quarter of a mile away, he could see the bush moving. Straining his eyes, he saw the lean figure of General Zaroff. Just ahead of him, Rainsford could make out another figure whose wide shoulders surged through the tall jungle weeds. It was the giant Ivan, and he seemed pulled forward by some unseen force. Rainsford knew that Ivan must be holding the pack in leash. They would be on him any minute now. His mind worked frantically. He thought of native tricks he had learned in Uganda. He slid down the tree. He caught hold of a springy young sapling, and to it he fastened his hunting knife with the blade pointing down the trail. With a bit of wild grapevine, he tied back the sapling. Then he ran for his life. The hounds raised their voices as they hit the fresh scent. Rainsford knew now how an animal at bay feels. He had to stop to get his breath. The baying of the hounds stopped abruptly, and Rainsford's heart stopped too. They must have reached the knife. He shimmied excitedly up a tree and looked back. His pursuers had stopped, but the hope that was in Rainsford's brain when he climbed down died, for he saw in the shallow valley that General Zaroff was still on his feet. But Ivan was not. The knife, driven by the recoil of the springing tree, had not wholly failed. Rainsford had hardly tumbled to the ground when the pack took up the cry again. "Nerve, nerve, nerve," he panted as he dashed along. A blue gap showed between the trees dead ahead. Even nearer drew the hounds. Rainsford forced himself on toward that gap. He reached it. It was the shore of the sea. Across a cove he could see the gloomy gray stone of the chateau. 20 feet below him the sea rumbled and hissed. Rainsford hesitated. He heard the hounds. Then he leapt far out into the sea. When the general and his pack reached the place by the sea, the Cossack stopped. For some minutes he stood regarding the blue-green expanse of water. He shrugged his shoulders. Then he sat down, took a drink of brandy from a silver flask, lit a cigarette, and hummed a bit from Madame Butterfly. General Zaroff had an exceedingly good dinner in his great paneled dining hall that evening. With it, he had a bottle of Paul Roger and half a bottle of Chambertin. 2 light annoyances kept him from perfect enjoyment. One was the thought that it would be difficult to replace Ivan. The other was that his quarry had escaped him. Of course, the American hadn't played the game, so thought the general as he tested his after-dinner liquor. In his library he read, to soothe himself, from the works of Marcus Aurelius. At 10, he went up to his bedroom. He was deliciously tired, he said to himself, as he locked himself in. It was a little moonlight, so, before turning on his light, he went to the window and looked down at the courtyard. He could see the great hounds, and he called, "Better luck next time," to them, then switched on the light. A man, who had been hiding in the curtains of the bed, was standing there. "Rainsford!" screamed the general. "How in God's name did you get here?" "Swam," said Rainsford. "I found it quicker than walking through the jungle." The general sucked in his breath and smiled. "I congratulate you," he said. "You have won the game." Rainsford did not smile. "I'm still a beast at bay," he said in a low, hoarse voice. "Get ready, General Zaroff." The general made one of his deepest bows. "I see," he said. "Splendid! One of us is to furnish a repast for the hounds. The other will sleep in this very excellent bed. On guard, Rainsford." He had never slept in a better bed, Rainsford decided. And that is The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Connell. How did everyone like it? Good story? Read that in high school, forgot how much I enjoyed it. Me too. I honestly forgot most of the story except the, what is it? Maybe pretty much the climax. Good tension? Yeah, it's a good one. We're doing a unit on Lord of the Flies. And before we read Lord of the Flies, we're starting off with that one. Similar themes. A lot more compact. Only 16 pages. Did anyone did anyone here join in? Who wasn't here at the very beginning of the stream? Hi, Evie. Howdy. Whenever I see a show have an old guy with hunting dogs hunt a man, I go, Joe Point, The Most Dangerous Game. Not gonna lie, I missed the beginning of the stream where you read this. It was the very beginning. You'd be surprised how many shows have that. Oh yeah, no, this one runs deep in popular culture. Like this is like some fundamental DNA of storytelling kind of stuff right there. Anyway, let's go talk to a communist.
As you approach the metal grill, you can hear several voices having what appears to be an animated discussion.
Mm-hmm.
This must be it. Beyond this door lies the beating heart of radical communism in Martinez. Somehow, the night air softens the smell of trash and sea brine. As the breeze pulls through the canvas like a shuttle through a loom, you catch a hint of something unexpected, something earthy, warm, and burnt. The acrid smell of failure.
Electrochemistry, what's really going on in there?
No, that's just slightly burnt coffee. A smell you would recognize anywhere.
You're a coffee snob too. What? What? I don't get it. I don't get it. Every time I think I have her figured out, she just brings up some new thing. Why is electrochemistry a renaissance, man?
Just look at these pigs sniffing about after hours.
Hey, it's past curfew. Go to bed, Cindy. Why didn't you say the secret door was right behind you? Ignore her.
The metal grill is cool to the touch.
No, I think it implies he drinks a lot of shitty coffee.
You notice the lieutenant is looking
Fair enough,
uncustomarily anxious. His posture is rigid. His right hand hovers near the zipper of his jacket.
Relax. They're only communists.
Something's not right here. The equation doesn't quite balance.
Taps his foot and takes a deep
Which
breath.
is just to say, we should be prepared for any eventuality.
Try to listen.
You can make out at least two separate voices. Two voices, both male, approximately early 20s.
Careful with those now. I have it. It's going to work. I can feel it.
Bang on the
The
grill.
clang of metal reverberates all along the scaffolding. The voices coming from the other side fall silent.
Who's there? Is that you, Maurice?
Are you all communists? I'm looking for some
Who
communists.
said communist? Did we say communist? Get out of here.
Listen, I've already built like 0.0001% of communism, but now I need to get organized. Can you help me?
For a moment, silence.
What's the passphrase?
Remembered the Briva and Abadanese.
There's no response. You begin to wonder whether they've slipped out some back way. No, they're still there. You can feel them back there.
Alright. The key's taped to the back of the door frame. Just make sure you put it back when you're done, or we'll all be locked out.
Oh.
And do watch the concrete. It just kind of falls away. In places.
Charmant. After you, detective.
Have fun at your underground meeting, Pig. Hope it's a blast.
Aye, aye. Alright. Let's get into our full detective regalia. Alright, we're good to go.
The two young men are either oblivious to or ignoring your entrance. Their attentions are fixed on whatever it is they're stacking in the middle of the floor.
Where did the hat? What do you mean? We got it from the girl at the bookstore, remember? As Dick Mullen said, it's like a detective hat.
Matchboxes, it appears.
I think it's holding, Alexis.
It is. It's holding.
Careful, careful.
No! Just like communism.
Damn, hardly any difference. You two, you are late.
They should know the meeting starts at 10 p.m. sharp.
Companion looks up at you and squints.
One leader and one follower. The most ancient power dynamic. There's a great deal of tension in this young man's shoulders, more than someone his age should bear. Meanwhile, his companion inclines toward him, eager to catch every word that dribbles from his friend's mouth. Just a moment. Could this be the former owner of a certain jacket you acquired recently?
Before we move on, do you recognize this jacket?
Esteban, isn't that your jacket?
It certainly looks like my jacket, Alexis. Where did you get that, gendarme?
I found it in a room.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. That's real Sarah Maritzian twill. Only old Sarah Maritzian communists and drug smugglers wear those anymore.
He is neither of those, of course. He is simply a poor student putting on airs. Also, he doesn't have the shoulders to fill out such a jacket.
See, Uli? It's just like Mazovrot. How does it go again?
Those committed to the rights of property are those most apt to violate them.
I assumed it was Maurice who broke into my room to play a trick on me. I didn't think I'd actually been raided by the RCM.
There is surprise in his voice, naturally. But is that a note of excitement you also detect?
Do you want your jacket back? Why do you sound excited to be raided by the RCM?
Oh, gendarme, because this is perfect. Can you imagine the look on Morris's face when he finds out the RCM has been kicking my door down?
Hey, guess whose Twitch notifier once again bugged out shortly after it had to refresh its token? Oh, cool. I was wondering if I should shoot you a message, but I didn't want to be, that feels weird.
He'll shit himself.
But just in case.
Positively.
And now they've shown up in force to break up our meeting.
Something tells me these young men are not very experienced with law enforcement.
Hold on, we're not here to break up your meeting. We want to join your meeting.
RCM wants to join us?
Merrick, you missed the most dangerous game. I read the whole thing.
My partner, of course, is acting in a strictly personal capacity, not as an representative of the RCM.
The detective's interactions and opinions are solely his own. They are not representative of the RCM.
Interesting. Does that mean you've done the reading?
I have!
Uh-oh. No one said anything about reading. You'll just have to wing this one.
Kim, did you do the reading?
No, detective. The only reading I've been doing is right here.
I did do the reading. I read a communist book just outside.
He seems to be wagging the notebook at you, as though he suspects you may have forgotten why you're here.
I have not had time to seek out pretentious communist book clubs, nor have I done their reading.
I have done their reading!
Doesn't sound like they've done the reading, Steban.
Well, this is getting awkward. I'm not sure what you're expecting to find here then.
There's profound consternation in his voice. You suspect it's about something bigger than your not having done the reading.
Maybe they can explain themselves.
What the fuck is that on your head? Don't tell me it's the dick mullet. I mean, yeah, it's the hat. I like the hat. Gives me +1 encyclopedia. It's good stuff. It's especially, I think one of these, something makes my encyclopedia worse. Yeah, Cul de Mama d'Aqua. So I like having it there to bump it back up. Especially because, where is it? Humpty Dumpty Dump Center. Encyclopedia passes give 10 XP, minus, +2 real. The woman actually give it back? No? No, didn't give it back, no. What do you do with those matchboxes?
The young man frowns at the little pile of boxes on the floor.
Nothing, just messing around until the meeting started.
They're watching those matchboxes awfully intently for two guys who are just messing around. It's almost as though they were trying to create the most unstable structure they could.
Huh.
With predictable results.
Political humor. What exactly are you two doing here?
In the most generous sense, I would say we're cultivating revolutionary consciousness.
Yes, that's probably the best way to describe it.
But more specifically, we are running a reading group. The most rigorous and theoretically advanced materialist reading group in Martinaise.
Comrade Steban is a great discussion leader. One of the best at the university.
It's obvious they take this group of theirs extremely seriously. Whatever you do, don't compare it to a common book club.
This is where I can square off in theory combat. Sounds like a place for intense intellectual engagement. Exactly my kind of jam.
That's our whole thing. The world is so shallow, all noise and repetition. We're interested in genuinely radical critique.
Can I interest you in a video maker named Joseph Anderson?
Precisely. We are not interested in senseless parroting. We like to read critically.
Within the contours of Mazovian historical materialism, of course.
Didn't realize they taught radical Mazovian theory in the universities.
As though you can call that problem teaching.
One thing you learn quickly at university is that you're not going to find a real education in any lecture hall or discussion seminar.
We are post-attendance, basically.
Exactly. The only worthwhile part of the so-called École Normale de Revachol is the library. That's where we've made our greatest critical strides.
So what does your reading group
we
actually
study all
read?
the foundational texts of Mazovian theory, of course. Just last week we finished the second volume of Puncher and Watman's Innocence of Capital.
Truly extraordinary.
And before that we spent 6 weeks on State and Plasm.
Uh-oh. You can feel your attention span rapidly deteriorate.
No. Let your mind
Your
wander.
attention detaches. The voices of the young men fade away. It's a cool evening, you notice.
Look around the room.
Your eye drifts over the detritus and mismatched furniture. It naturally gravitates toward the pieces of canvas that cover a missing stretch of wall. The way they billow in the night breeze reminds you of something.
Strange, a wild beast tangled in a sheet, a patch of ocean turned on its side, woman's skirt swelling in the breeze. Secret communist meeting room, Chan.
The thought is almost too much to bear. What you
I had a
wouldn't
feeling that
give
would
to
hurt my
glimpse
head.
the bare legs behind it. The more it
Pain
hurts,
threshold.
the more you have to have it.
Oh no.
Slowly, too slowly. The pain
I'm not doing
fades
too
from
good.
your
I'm
side.
almost all the way
You
through
turn
my
your
magnesium.
attention to the two young men who appear just about finished.
And before that, there was Abelard's Impé Infernal.
But, of course, our special emphasis is on the theories of Ignace Nilsson and his followers. especially the inframaterialists.
Wait, I know who Krasmazov is, but who's this Ignis Nielsen guy?
Only Krasmazov's most trusty lieutenant, the evangelist of the revolution, and the founding father of the People's Republic of Samara.
It's hard to overstate how
No!
unimpressed he is that you've never heard of this world historical individual.
He also happens
We're
to
just
be the
failing
greatest
so many
communist
fucking
theorist
checks
after Mazov
here.
himself. It was Nielsen who first postulated the existence of ideological plasm, which forms the basis of inframaterialist theory.
Okay, Half-light?
Plasm.
Electro... I should have known.
Sounds like a hell of a...
I should have known it would be you.
You might want to ask about it.
I should have known it would be
The
you.
young man sighs. His companion looks about furtively.
Did this reading group have anything to do with the lynching?
No. We're not an operational cell.
We think of ourselves as more of an intellectual vanguard.
Are you sure? My working theory is that communism killed the hanged man.
To be clear, communism is not an official suspect in this investigation, because it's not a person, you see.
Seems unlikely from a strictly inframaterialist perspective.
Comrade Ulix is right. The amount of plasm required to strike down an ideological enemy outright is enormous. We're talking second-level effects, at a minimum.
Or even third.
In any case, it's not like the SRV has established a party
Hold on one
line
second, I
with
just
the
need
subject of interest in Martinez.
Alright, we're good.
The SRV,
Yeah!
refers to the People's Republic of Samara, established as a socialist utopia by survivors of the revolution. It has since degenerated into a bureaucratic...
Oh, no,
worker
magnesium is
state
pills,
under the decades-long rule of President Sapormat Sport Gelazinski.
Though historically speaking, the SRV has supported direct action against right-wing paramilitary squads, especially when they are doing the Indo-Tribe's dirty work.
Good point. So as a provisional matter, I can say we support it.
Are they being sarcastic? You feel like you're caught in some
Wow,
elaborate
we are
joke
just
labyrinth,
fucked.
But it's impossible to see your way through.
Min-maxer inside me winces at mental health being maxed. What if you find an object that heals you? I'm thinking I just need... I need my volition maxed, if possible, in this conversation. I'm going through it, man. I'm failing so... I've failed more passive checks in this conversation than I think I have in the entire game.
It's always that way. Beneath the crust of irony, there's a molten sincerity that threatens to erupt forth. You may witness it yet.
Is your reading group affiliated with the union somehow?
No, we're an independent organization. We acknowledge and respect the union's efforts, but our interests are more theoretical than Mr. Clare's.
What's your stance on crime in general?
That's easy. Crime is simply the inevitable expression of the injustice and incoherence embedded within capitalism itself.
That's what happens when you max EC and not your actually useful skills. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold on a minute! Hold on! I thought you were on our side! Excuse me, what's with this flip-flopping of allegiances? Huh? Where did that come from, Merrick?
Delivered with the smug assurance of a schoolboy reciting a maxim he's committed to memory.
Anything to make fun of you in the context of EC? Fair enough.
It's a symptom, in other words, not a cause.
Your signature skill still hasn't gotten any more... Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm plenty dramatic. I'm not boring. I'm very dramatic. Are there any operational communists in Martinez?
No, unfortunately. The communards were hunted down and killed nearly to a man. All that's left of them are bones and old rifles.
Unlike you, I'm a mercenary not particularly committed to any bit. And that is why you will falter. Like this one.
His companion's eyes widen as you hold up the ancient weapon. He's practically itching to stick that thing in someone's face and pull the trigger.
Excuse me?
Yes, like that one. I wonder how many of these are still lying around in cellars or sealed up behind the masonry. Can I hold it?
Here.
It's heavier than I was expecting.
The rifle rests in his open palms. Its position reminds you of something.
Though what, exactly, you can't say. He turns the rifle over again, admiring the glint of light off the oily barrel. When he's finished, He returns the rifle to you with
Hey,
a nod
nice.
of appreciation.
Where's the rest of the reading group?
What do you mean? This is the reading group.
So there's just two of you? Two's all you need. Me and Kim are the same way.
Kim and I.
All right, buddy. Scribbles something in his notebook, but adds nothing
We're in
else.
something of a rebuilding phase.
Some of our former comrades didn't have the ideological fortitude our work demands.
Okay, but what happened to them?
Intellectual attrition is maybe the best way to describe it. Felix said he couldn't keep up with the reading on top of his classwork. And Susanna wanted to read text other than Mazovian theory. Like novels, if you can believe it.
I like a good novel every now and then.
Oh, sure. But you can always join a book club if that's what you're into. We've tried recruiting new members, but unfortunately the current intellectual climate is pretty hostile to inframaterialist thought. These days, if you're on the left, the Ascendant schools are the Godwaldians and their iconoclasts.
Don't forget about Maurice and the turnips.
Who the fuck is Maurice?
Right. Then there was the whole turnip debacle.
Whatever this turnip business is about, one thing is perfectly clear. These young students have a much deeper understanding of communism than you do.
It's Maurice. Merrick, you're descended from communism?
You could learn a thing or two from them. If you can convince them you're one of them.
Did you say something about turnips?
It's an unfortunate story. You see, our ex-comrade Maurice is something of an economist.
He's studying macro and microeconomics.
Whoa! Macro and micro?
Well, a real intellectual, it sounds like.
Right. So a few weeks ago we were discussing the extra physical capabilities of the revolutionary state. And Maurice said... What were his exact words, Ulex's?
It was unbelievable. He said, turnips don't care if they are grown by communists, moralists, or Vulcan. They grow just the same.
Basically, he was rejecting the whole foundation of inframaterialist theory.
What is this inframaterialist business they keep blathering about? You've never heard of anything like it.
Remind me what inframaterialist theory says about turnips again?
Simply that under suitably revolutionary conditions, crop yields naturally increase relative to non-revolutionary crops.
Huh?
Which Maurice somehow has the gall to deny.
What? No, hold on, I'm sorry. I need to clean my glasses real quick to make sure I'm seeing this shit right. Give me a second. Are you telling me that your working theory is that communism makes turnips grow better? That's what you're hitching your ride on. Okay. Sure, why not?
Susanna said that he has been hanging out with some non-communists.
The scandal!
For us, the question boiled down to, if you don't even accept the basic ideas of Nielsen and inframaterialist theory, why are you in the reading group?
So you expelled Maurice from a reading group over an argument about turnips?
Well, it wasn't so much that he was expelled.
He just quit coming. We haven't seen him around for weeks.
What about Cindy? Is she part of the group?
Cindy is... How to describe her role?
I mean, how would you even know to the contrary, Jelly? Have you ever grown turnips in a communist society? In my mind, I have. In my mind.
Something of an ideological auxiliary, perhaps.
Hi, Vixit.
Yes, that's exactly how I would put it. And naturally, we support her radical counter-liberal aesthetics.
But she refuses to submit an essay, so we can't call her a member of the group per se.
Oh no.
That doesn't stop her from using a room for studio space, of course.
What about the iconoclasts?
For starters, they love talking about beans.
Beans?
That's right. Iconoclasts are obsessed with beans. They love thinking about beans. They love counting beans. But most of all, they love building models to predict how many beans there'll be in the future.
Nota bene, iconoclast is
Hell
an
yeah.
extra pejorative form of the already pejorative name Mazovian economists, a moderate school of Mazovianism which advocates the gradual transition to communism through carefully managed
Are you
economic
crazy?
modernization
I was eating
rather than
those
violent
beans!
social revolution.
They're by far the most bean-centric school of communism.
Ah yes, the much maligned bean counters, ensconced in their think tanks and high-rises, believing they can save the world through a series of incremental, assiduously technocratic reforms.
But isn't it good to know how many beans there are?
See? You're already falling for that scarcity logic. You start off assuming there aren't enough beans to go around. So naturally you want to cut the bean rations in half.
No, I'm just wondering how many beans there are.
And next thing you know, there are budget cuts, so now we've got to cut the bean rations in half again. You see, iconoclasts claim to be communists, but in reality they're just liberals with hard-ons for spreadsheets.
I kind of sounds like they might be moralists, but okay. Forgot Waldians.
They're the most depressing school of communism. They love writing long books with a patina of Mazovian theory to cover up their cheap psychologizing.
A gang of cheap psychologists and intellectual midgets. Typical Gottwalders, in other words.
Typical.
It's okay for Uli to say that, because his dad is from Gottwald.
He can say it. What's so depressing about
The
their
Gottwald
theories?
school believe that intellectuals as a class are incapable of sparking revolutionary change. So all they can do is critique capitalism from inside itself.
In other words, they have lost faith in their own relevance.
That's why they spend all their time smoking cigarettes and writing long works of criticism that make you want to commit suicide.
Sounds miserable.
It is miserable. That's probably why they're always committing suicide.
Oh.
You see, the Gottwald school look like communists. They talk like communists. But scratch the patina and you'll see beneath that they're just depressed liberals who've read too many books.
And what about the liberals? Are they liberals
Of course
too?
not. The only people who actually call themselves liberals are mouth-foaming reactionaries.
Basically indistinguishable from fascists. You'd need an X-ray machine to tell the difference.
Cool. So words mean nothing if I don't want them to.
Go ahead.
Cool. You accepting new members?
We typically only accept new members once per semester. There's this whole process with essays and presentations on assigned topics. But given that we have some extra seating at the moment, I guess we could be convinced to expedite an application or two.
Steban, you can't be serious. For these gendarmes?
I am serious. As materialists, we've got to adapt to conditions as they are. Besides, he'll still need to pass the interview portion of the entrance process.
I'm good at interviews.
Assuming he's even still interested, that is.
I'm sorry? Voracious bibliophilic territorn. What does that mean? Convincing that you belong in the reading group?
We're here most every night. Maybe we'll catch you again.
Okay.
Sleep well, gendarme.
Before we do that, let's check things out. A vest, cool. Coffee, can't believe someone just left these matchboxes here. Isle of Black Sludge. Under the cobblestones, communism. No war, but class war. Rickety easel surrounded by pots of gauche. Cindy's, no doubt. Could it be the Phasmid? No, probably not. Still on about this Phasmid. Try not to think about this, the crack spidering the floor. Alright, let's get some extra composure. What does this look like? Extremely stupid. Holy shit. I need extra composer, so let's put on my composure shoes. Let's get down to business.
The gendarme returns. What do you need?
What's there to be scared of? You've really been cracking the books these last few days. You can go toe to intellectual toe with any reading group in Martinaise.
Oh, so that was that bonus because I've read so many books?
You've spent a not inconsiderable amount of time arranging the works in your mental library by theme and period.
Nice.
All the ideas and references you'll need are ready at hand.
Thank you, Encyclopedia. Much
Now,
appreciated.
Chin up. You've got this.
All right. Let's do this interview.
Oh, you want to start now? Sure, we can manage that.
You've caught him off balance. The momentum is already in your favor.
Go ahead and take a seat. Since we haven't had time to prepare an exhaustive questionnaire, I think we can keep this interview more freeform. Why don't you tell us a bit about the books you're interested in? And we'll just see where the conversation goes.
Look, guys, I've got to be honest. I may not have read many books, but that doesn't mean I don't have stories. For me, it's more about finding the right thing for the right moment. I'm more about practical books, books that help me understand the real world.
Aha, a real old-school pedestrian materialist. All right, we'll play along. So what sort of practical works are we talking about?
I enjoy thinking about truly fundamental concepts, like the alphabet, for instance.
So you're saying you've got to have a certain practical foundation before you move on to more abstract topics?
Of course, yes.
Okay, I'm following.
This is a good start. They're starting to loosen up.
Oh my God.
Feel relaxed and in control.
But
Soon,
even...
you're subjecting even the alphabet to a meticulous archaeologico-materialist.
Yes! But even abstractions as basic as letter forms must have some origin in material reality.
That's true. I recall from one of psycholinguistics' lectures that the letter A is derived from the Proto-Pericanassian glyph meant to represent a reed hut. Good God, have we really been talking about the alphabet for a quarter hour?
No, it's actually been 2. No, wait, 1? I'm not sure. How much time has passed?
It appears so.
These kids are eating out of your hand, practically. Another quarter of an hour disappears. The questions come rapid fire, but you have an answer for every one. Now you can sense things starting.
Kim just wants to go to bed.
The interview must be reaching an inflection point.
Don't you think, though, that you can only really understand current events if you have a firm background in history and political theory?
Listen, books are fine and all, but to be straight with you, they're no substitute for the real story.
Okay, we'll bite. What sort of stories are we talking about?
Got him, hook, line, and sinker, baby.
Real-life procedural, complete with gory details.
Let's just say the human body starts to do some weird things when it's been in a tree for 7 days. I'll tell you how I infiltrated the wild pines for my investigation. You ever heard of such a thing as sudden onset acute amnesia?
Oh, we're getting into the psychiatric pathologies of life under capital. Let's see where this goes.
Yes, I'm rather curious myself.
Kim is like, I want to go to bed. Man, I want to go to bed. It's 1 in the morning.
Now you're getting somewhere. These boys aren't even bothering to contain their interest. They want to see how you weave the threads of this story together.
I'm just trying to imagine what it would be like to wake up with no concept of what money is.
If you encountered it in a novel, you'd say it sounded like a plot contrivance or like a fantasy.
But isn't the point that money is itself just a collective fantasy?
Perhaps. But it's a fantasy that pays for things. Like your hostel bill.
Which I no longer need to pay because I have freed myself from the chains of capital, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
No. It's just like Mazovrov. The freeman of the future will be he who awakens in perfect ignorance of capital.
Wait, Steban, are you saying the gendarme is some kind of future communist?
Another quarter of an hour disappears. The conversation bounces back and forth.
Oh my God.
Whatever their pretensions, it's clear these two have been craving something real. Now you can sense things starting to slow down. Time to wrap this tale up.
And anyway, even if you could somehow unpeel time, it wouldn't be the you who gets rich from those investments.
But that would imply that whenever you unpeel time, you leave behind some kind of doppelganger in now time.
Good God. Have we really been talking about unpeeling time for a quarter only?
Yes, it seems so.
I suppose we'll have to leave it there. But listen, gendarme. We could use someone with your...
We're in!
With just a little more theoretical background, I think you'll be able to make some real contributions.
Yes, I would say he's got serious potential at least.
And with that, welcome to the most ideologically advanced materialist reading group in Martinez.
Yes! We joined a book club!
Here's your first assignment. It's an overview of inframaterialist theory. A little basic, as you'll see, but one has to start somewhere.
Say nothing, just take the book.
Come back when you're done. We'll be here pretty much every night after 10 p.m.
Now in true Bethesda fashion, after becoming king of the communists, we have to become king of the other political factions as well. Now
Sure
for the
to
Dark
take your time
Brotherhood!
with the reading. We'll be eager to hear your thoughts.
I'm guessing these pots of gauche belong to Cindy?
Yeah, it's hers. She just sort of moved it all in a few months ago.
She said if she's going to make truly radical art, she needs a suitably radical workspace.
Can I take them?
And I don't think she could afford rent at an actual studio.
Do you like her art?
Oh, sure. It's definitely interesting, I would say. I guess you could call her latest stuff a sort of counter-bourgeoisie calligraphy. She's got a real taste for radical slogans.
We shall unify them all in Jellyism. The core tenant, the only tenant, is commitment to the bit.
It's too bad she hasn't developed the theoretical foundation to do truly radical work.
I think she'll get there, though. She's still looking for a subject equal to her ambitions.
I'm wondering, what's the deal with this place?
The deal? At a fundamental level, I guess you could call it the shattered bones of a dream crushed by capital.
That's really good, Steban. You should save that for an essay.
Thanks, Uli. When the idea is sound, the words just sort of flow.
True! Okay, but what is
It's
this
an
place?
old construction site. They've been trying to restore these apartments for years. But as you can see, they haven't made much progress.
His friend yawns, evidently bored by literal reality.
Go ahead.
I'm out. Who the hell took my jacket? We opened this conversation saying who? Alright, Kim. Let's get some shut-eye, huh? Oh, hold on. Seems like an obscure live performance in a dirty underground bunker. It's so late. Holy shit. I can't believe I was able to join a communist book club by talking about the alphabet. How late? It is 1:03 right now. What it says. So interact. Oh man, a brief look at inframaterialism. So for now, we're gonna travel to our house and go sleep. Good night, Kim.
It's getting late, and it's raining. Time to call it a day.
Good night,
Good
Kim.
night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Sleepy time. Using a thermodynamic expander condenser style. Nice.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've...
Hold on one second. I feel most comfortable when impervious to most forms of physical attack.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Go to sleep.
The place feels almost like home now. Quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea, until there's suddenly light.
This respite, you've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around. while you forget everything you've managed to remember.
Is this the last dream?
No, this is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind. As long as we can. Spin it like black yarn.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh.
You're welcome, Harry boy. You earned it.
Fall into deep, uninterrupted
After
sleep.
centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested. There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however, or as much as shiver from the cold. The world awaits.
Go.
Open your eyes. What if we fail that? Do we stay in bed? Looking good, Harry. Let me get my work boots on. Hold on. Alrighty. Morning, Kim.
Yes? What about me?
You. That's all for
Good.
now.
Let's
No response.
Okay,
The
forget
moment
it.
passes.
Tell me
But
about
do
the
you
case
want to
again.
know?
Actually,
Good.
okay. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything new. Alright. Looking like a proper private dick. Well, if it was really private, no one would see it. They had to know what they were doing. Private dick. They had to know. Put on our cool t-shirt to bump up our physical instrument. Alright. This time for sure.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut and half sunken in sand.
Wow. Come on, please. Please.
It looks
Damn
too
it!
exhausting to even try. You'd only bloody your fingers on the rust.
Damn it! That was close, too! That sucks. Alright. Looks like I'm going in alone.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Assess
The
the
distances
situation.
between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp.
Continue.
In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
180 seems
Not
about
to
right.
mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle?
What do you have in mind?
Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Won't hurt to try. Come on, Kim. Where's your adventurous spirit?
This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here.
Won't hurt to try.
Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
Alrighty. We need to buff up our savoir-faire. I know we have something in here that does that. Our disco pants are back in action. No, wait, those make it worse. They're back in our backpack. Anything for savoir-faire. Anything. Any takers. Just like the Looney Tunes. Reaction speed and hand-eye coordination. Wow. All right, nothing to bump up our savoir-faire.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
All right. We got this. Teleport to the roof.
On second
Fuck.
thought, maybe teleportation isn't a thing.
Remove the shoes. No. The boots only buff up my perception.
Because you're just standing there squeezing your buttocks and nothing is happening.
Don't say the stupid thing.
The lieutenant looks at you with that I know you're thinking the stupid thing look as you grow tired of clenching your buttocks and give up.
Okay, well, I'm fresh out of ideas.
Isn't this a fine morning?
Hold on.
Sure.
I want to go through these
yes,
again.
Steve.
A pleasure.
Perhaps
Yes. To lure in. Yes.
Okay,
Steve.
if I go through this and get
Yes.
these encyclopedia checks
To lure
again,
in,
will I get
they
money?
started- Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for them. They used them. What's the marsh?
a short-lived.
Nope.
It's a
Okay.
beautiful. I tried to get Mick.
The kid takes a
But of course. What else?
You know an alternative way into the building?
I don't even have a mainstream way in, I'm afraid. Although, there's a sewage pipe there. Maybe that does something? Sorry, I can't help more.
Pipes can be broken with force.
That might give me another shot at it. Do you have any advice on how to climb that ladder? Point to the one next to the
How
arrow.
to climb that ladder, you say? I do know that Lomantangs used sticks to climb battlements. There's even a special technique for that.
Can you teach me? Do you have the sticks with you?
No, I'm just speculating theoretically here. Of course, there's also the method ancient Ilmarans used to get into the huts of their enemies.
Can you tell me about this method?
If I'm not mistaken, then it involved months of following a very rigid exercise regimen.
I don't have
years.
years. I don't have years to spare.
In this case, I suggest looking into the Zeolite Invisibles class. The word refers to their remarkable ability to traverse any environment in the most efficient way possible. There's this excellent investigative piece of journalism by...
Don't you have any practical advice? Okay, I'll look into that then.
I have some materials at home I could share with you. How to climb that ladder, you say? Then there's also the method of climbing that, from an evolutionary point of view, you could see this building as a logical conclusion to the more traditional hut.
No, not really.
In this case, I suggest looking into the Zeolite Invisibles class. The word refers to their remarkable ability to traverse
Don't
any
you have any
environment
practical
in the most efficient
advice?
way possible. Yes, I have.
Oh.
There was this one time where I...
Oh no, you've made El Bigo Mistako. He's going
No,
to
no,
go
no,
on
let him
forever.
cook! Let him cook! I want to hear what he has to say! That didn't get me anywhere!
The rusty ladder leads.
Shit! That's bad. I don't know what else to do now.
Behind the pipe.
And I can't try that again. What can I even do? Help the Ravers. You promised to help soon with a project. I can't get the fucking thing open, and I can't upgrade my physical... Wait, it might be melted. It might be melted. It might have thawed out. Okay. Map. Stop showing me the sleeping dock worker, please. Okay. Alright. My tools.
This orange machine
Come
is dead
on!
still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melted.
Turn the ice
Turning
cream
the
crank.
crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Electrochemistry?
What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar?
Come on. There has to be something I can do.
Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box.
So I can't get into that, so I can't help. Climb the ladder to the roof or find another way into the Feld building. Sink. Help the Ravers. Help Egghead with the beat. Find government. I can't do that one. Find the right tool or ask Suna for help. Maybe she can help more. I don't know.
Yes, what is it?
Not the
Yes?
offsite copy. Is this the filament you're looking for? Show the production schedule.
No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still.
Couldn't get it
This is
open. It's
getting
completely
ridiculous.
frozen.
Can't you just defrost it?
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing.
Thanks.
Oh, man. I don't know what I can do. Balsam didn't help. I can't talk to Kuno. Put the pieces together at the Feld mural. We already did that. I can't look at the Feld mural anymore.
The mother of humanisms.
I actually don't know what I can do. Well, no. The Feld mural is the one where the guy and his dad are at, but I can't look at the Feld mural anymore. So I'm locked out of this. I can't help the Ravers. Genuinely. I think the only thing that I have left to do is smoke cigarettes. All right. Pack of menthols, please.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Oh, man. I can ask Tommy for a smoke instead of buying it. He likes me. Tommy boy. I'm at the end of my rope here.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man.
You gonna help me tie something other than a
What's
noose?
on your mind? Nope. Don't smoke.
Fuck.
Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Hey, isn't he like smoking right now? The smell is in the air.
Sure you smoke. You're smoking right now.
Okay. But this is my last one. And it's a bad habit. You should quit before both of us have lung cancer.
Okay. Kim, do you have a cigarette?
Yes?
I can't ask him for a cigarette. Okay. I'm not going to ask the racist for a cigarette. He's not going to give me one. Oh, I hate it here. Do I have any tear?
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Excuse me. I have the tear bag, but no tear. Can I still use the tear machine?
No. You need tear to use the tear machine.
I see. Thank you. Alright.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister.
Thank you.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint-Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Okay, when this says +3 health, does that mean it heals 3 all at once? Or it gives me 3 charges of heal? 3 charge. Okay, so it's cheaper to buy this one.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
3 of those. And I can't believe I have to do this, but...
Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Alright. Well... I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here! You don't understand. I have to do this. I have no other options. Wait a minute.
The theme on that pinball machine.
Wait a minute.
Standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full flavor cigarettes.
What are its
Clinging
hallmarks?
to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
I'd rather know more about the... Well, hold on. The idea of a king in a century gone is pretty
The
fantastic.
sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia, pining for a time before the turn of the century. It's common even now, after 50 years.
That's it? Do you guys have anything more to say?
Again?
No. Do you?
Yes.
No. You guys?
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is.
Okay, hold on.
I
Tell
know
me.
you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
Tell me more about these traps.
Well, they may not
Hold on.
look impressive.
Maybe we can get our experience
but Lena
elsewhere.
designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Lena designed the traps?
Yes.
Take a peek at the task list again. Tasks? Okay. Kuno lied to you. Can't do that one. Determine where the shots came from. Check the boardwalk. Check the island. Check Land's End. Get yourself organized. I can read the book. Help Egghead. Let's just...
Simple.
Maybe we'll get
Attracted
an
by the
encyclopedia check
locusts,
somewhere
the
in this
phasmid
conversation.
crawls down the funnel, and, having eaten its fill, can get back out.
Oh, right, you refused to help Mr. Everett with the signatures. Yeah, and I think I would rather pick up smoking than help him out.
At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
What are you using as bait?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Carnivorous stick insect seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
I think you unlock the posters that one musician is interactable objects. Is that something? Unless there are 18 of them around we can find, I don't think so. But I'll keep that in mind.
They'll
What
work,
will these traps
I
do?
assure you.
Or
The
what will you do if
predatory
these don't work?
hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Let me ask you about something
Yes.
else.
What?
How did you become a
I've just
cryptozoologist?
always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Why not just a zoologist?
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
I don't. It's a profession just like any other. Honestly, being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. and I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Is anything truly surprising ever happen to you?
As I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
What kinds of evidence do you
Everything
use?
from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
You never discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
How many cryptids have
Of
been
the
found?
list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
Only 2 have proven to be real?
Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
And the Insulindian phasmid will be the 3rd.
Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
Encyclopedia?
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Thank you for explaining
Yes.
that. Did you know Gary's
Hell
hiding
no.
armor?
I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
I don't know what got into him, officer. Thank you for letting him off easy. He won't forget it. We'll make sure he won't.
Talk about
All right.
specific cryptids.
What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
Encyclopedia?
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it. Since you've offered to help, you need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Which cryptid did you almost catch? You said before that you
A
almost
willow
caught one.
person. It's a long story. One non-specialist would find rather dull.
What are willow
They're
people?
not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees. They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here. You probably have.
How did you almost catch a willow
Gary
person?
and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow, dashing through the grove.
And then?
I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
Uh-oh.
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone and to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic.
Lena's sighting in the phasmid, is that?
Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid
The
sighting.
genuine article.
The woman nods thoughtfully, while her hands smooth over the plaid covering her knees.
I need something, man. Give me one... No, I need 2 encyclopedia... Just 2 encyclopedia checks, man. If you can give me 2 encyclopedia checks, I don't have to start smoking again. Alright? That's all I need. Just 2 encyclopedia checks. Alright? I'm not asking for much. Please.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid?
Man?
He doesn't want to make it feel like you knowing it is some big deal.
He doesn't want to make you... He does not want to make it feel like you knowing it is... Oh, wait. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with this sentence. That must be the evil apes duking it out on the giant ball.
The what?
The evil apes. I suspect I may be one myself.
Oh, you're just talking about humans. Well, yes, we are quite dangerous, but we're hardly cryptids.
Corrects his hat and says as if it's the most sensible thing in the world.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the dread.
Get out of here!
No, but we're not get out of anywhere. The dread moose is a widely reported cryptid from Arda. It subsists entirely on flesh, and has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance.
Arda. Hold on, does it also attack people?
Just
No,
like
that's not...
an ordinary Arden moose.
I wanted to ask the other thing. How can you tell if it's the ordinary or the
You
dread
can't.
kind?
That's what makes it so dreadful. And hard to identify.
Please, encyclopedia. Please, encyclopedia. Please, encyclopedia. Please.
A moose.
God damn it, Logic! Shut up!
What's going on here? He's kidding, right?
I'm 100% behind the dread moose. I utterly believe it exists. I'm not completely sure about this.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more.
What's the other
The
evidence?
recent surge in the moose population. As hidden carnivores, the dread moose are effectively removing competition for both themselves and their evolutionary cousins.
Why would they need to hide its carnivorous
Moose
nature?
are already being hunted for sport. Can you imagine what would happen if they came to be viewed as predators?
What exactly is the relationship between carnivorous moose and
The
regular moose?
carnivorous moose are a very young species, the result of a genetic mutation that fared well in the process of natural selection. It makes sense that such a majestic animal with natural weapons, antlers, would come to rule the forest. The only strange thing is that it took so long.
Any reliable witnesses?
One slaughterhouse at the outskirts of the woods in Vasa reported that its staff kept seeing moose in the distance. The moose would just stare at the building, as though they were waiting for something. Its eyes bloodshot and full of cruelty.
I'm not sure I'm buying it.
But that's not all. Some of the slaughterhouse apprentices went hiking by a nearby creek and saw a moose nibbling on an unidentified carcass.
Logic, can you please just pretend you're encyclopedia?
This isn't...
Holy shit, nice, thank you!
Various species of deer have been known to scavenge when plant food is scarce.
Thank you!
Anyway,
okay, just one more.
there is more than
One
enough
more!
evidence to
All I need is
justify
one...
a
Oh,
search
whoa,
for the
hold
dread
on.
moose.
I need
Let's close the
one...
subject
Just one more!
before it turns into an argument.
One more.
Here is
And I
a
don't
man
need to smoke.
who has had more than its fair share of heated arguments, and would, surprising as it may seem, prefer not to have any more.
I know the biggest cryptid, the giant of Kokonor.
That's impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes?
Have you seen it?
I haven't had a chance to travel to Kokonor. No. And I likely never will. The Samaskil desert region has been embroiled in a small civil war for the last 8 years. I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elusive creature entirely. Sightings of towering luminosities have grown rare recently, while they once used to be constant.
Yes. Sightings of mirages are constant.
Encyclopedia?
A mirage is a constant phenomenon that people have no time to report when a war is going on.
Encyclopedia?
It remains
Come
unclear
on!
what this has got to do with you seeing it, as he was inquiring before. He was just being defensive.
I know about the Cryobacter catalensis.
Everyone knows about that one, thanks to Professor Mijanu being the talk of the town for a time.
coughs in his fist. Physical instrument?
A bit of jealousy.
Electrochemistry!
He'd want that glory, truth be told. Even if he'd have to inject himself with bacteria to get it.
I don't... You're just really branching out today, huh?
Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler, no one remembers her contributions to the search for the Nong-Ok.
The Nong-Ok?
A flightless cursor owl found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the Nong-Ok to run faster than any other avian. Perhaps any other animal. Who knows? When it's not hunting its prey in this manner, the Ok hangs from tree branches, like a bat, waiting to dive on hapless prey below on the jungle floor. Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see. One of the few figures of the academic establishment I respect. Really a shame she disappeared.
When did she disappear?
Oh, decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course.
Just tell me about a cool
The chasm
cryptid.
of academic pretension still stood before us.
Tell me something cool.
Even though she had unusual courage for someone from the other side.
Just tell me about a cool cryptid. Any cryptid.
No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories. Me? I'm not a people person, unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer. My strength lies in field work and persistence.
He brushes an errant strand of hair from his
Be
eye.
friendly, dear. The detective really likes these critters. We've talked about them in great detail.
Now the man feels embarrassed.
Oh.
Time to move on, perhaps.
Enough tales then.
By all means.
I'll get going. Please, man. Lena, can you give me anything?
Oh, hello, sweetie. So nice to see you.
Lena, please. I need something. Guard?
Hey,
about my bill for tonight?
Then why are you wasting my time?
Another thing about the... Okay. Oh,
Great.
Okay.
I love those.
Okay, maybe this will give me something. I saw a sign that said I couldn't go to the kitchen. Why can't I go into the kitchen?
What are you, a cook now?
Um,
That's none of your business.
But there may be something pertinent to the investigation in the kitchen.
He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with...
He changes his mind.
Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must.
Something else I wanna
Yes?
ask. Oh, come on. Come on. Anything. Please. Something. Maybe in the pinball parlor. Maybe there's something I can inspect, something I can look at. Wait. Maybe I can play pinball?
The machine is dead and silent.
No.
It needs serious maintenance before anyone can play again.
When did that happen? What happened to it? What? When did that happen? Is there anything at all? Please.
Officer.
No, Claudia, come on. You gotta help me out here. I don't want to smoke. I don't want to start smoking again. Anything in the mirror, maybe. In the window, not the mirror. No. Oh my God, please. Please, I don't want to take up smoking again. Someone, anyone, please. Just anything. A crumb of experience, my lord. A crumb.
This medicine cabinet is stocked.
I can read the book for the... You're right, I can read the book for the book club. Alright, I can read the book for the book club. You're so right. You're so right. Thank you. Okay, we're fine. We're safe. We're good. Let's read.
The cover of this pocket-sized volume features a swirl
We don't have to
of
smoke.
orange, yellow, and green. The title, A Brief Look at Inframaterialism, is set in an authoritative yet approachable serif font. No. These are terrible colors. They're like apricots.
Oh, come on! Come on! Why, Inland Empire?
On the inside jacket flap, you find a brief summary. What is inframaterialism? A highly theoretical branch of Mazovian communism? A collection of mystical ramblings by a discredited revolutionary? Or possibly both? This brief look, TM, introduces readers to one of this century's most fascinating and misunderstood theories in a concise, jargon-free manner.
This feels like kid stuff. Is there no slightly longer Glance trademark series?
The back of the book contains 4 or 5 pages of primary and secondary sources, but you'd need access to a university library to find most of them. In other words, this guide is the only source you're likely to find. You turn to the table of contents. The guide itself is divided into several sections with seemingly esoteric titles like Effects of Plasm on Root Vegetables and Mental Projection and Transference. There's also a brief introduction about the life of Ignis Nielsen, known to his numerous admirers as the evangelist of the revolution, and to his even more numerous enemies as the apocalyptic Shrike. Ignis Nielsen remains one of the most controversial and fascinating figures to emerge in the years of the anti-centennial revolution, second only to Krasmazov himself. During his unparalleled life, he helped guide a revolution in one country and found a new state in another. Along the way, he committed some of the most notorious war crimes in an era famed for its atrocities. And yet, his most fascinating contribution to history may be the most overlooked. His theory of ideological plasm, from which his followers and successors developed the school of communism known as inframaterialism.
Okay.
If you're like most people, you probably believe that your thoughts reside in your brain, right?
Uh-huh.
That's not right at all. Thoughts don't exist in the brain. They float through the air. Your brain is but a fish, swimming through them.
I always thought I swam through them.
Very interesting. And not so far removed from Ignis Nielsen's own theories. As Mazov's devoted comrade and leading theoretician, Nielsen was responsible for developing much of the intellectual foundation of communism. But his interests and speculations were famously wide-ranging. During his final years in exile, he produced, among other things, an early guide to home brewing, instructions for raising revolutionary children, plans for a universal pictographic language, and a detailed materialist critique of Dolores Day's chess strategy.
Yeah, with the tech we've seen, it's not like
one subject
insane.
Time
and again, the pale exists.
The fundamental
I feel like I have to keep saying that, otherwise I might lose grip of the fact that unreality is just a fact in this world.
We may yet discover, he wrote in his notebooks, that under certain exceptional circumstances, the proletariat's embrace of historical materialism may be so fervent that their beliefs take form in the world of matter as a kind of revolutionary plasm.
Whoa.
Whoa is right. What's more, Nielsen speculated that this plasm, when it becomes powerful enough, might begin to influence the material reality surrounding it. Hence the name, inframaterialism. Unfortunately, Nielsen passed away before he was able to develop these initial ideas into a full-fledged theory. That work was left to subsequent generations of communist theorists. Building on Nielsen's basic insight, these theorists reached a startling conclusion that a sufficiently revolutionary state might begin to exhibit certain extra-physical effects based on the amount of plasm generated by its citizens.
Isn't even Nielsen's theory, it's his followers?
Correct. Though certain particulars of the theory are commonly attributed to Nielsen himself, the evidentiary basis of those attributions has always been a point of contention between inframaterialists and their critics.
Wait, isn't this... Okay, now I'm basing this off of one college course I took that covered a lot of philosophies and their histories, communism being one of them. Isn't this what actually happened? Didn't this happen with actual communist rhetoric? Where Marx started it, and then what is commonly known as the extensions of it and the final ideas of it, weren't they written by someone else using his work as a base? I'm out of my depths. So these people are saying that if enough people just believe in communism, it will come true?
The actual theory is highly technical, but for the purposes of this brief look, TM, that's a fine working definition of the concept. That's because this is absolute idiocy, not even worth engaging
I don't
with.
know.
No. There's something here. You can feel it.
Alright, let's hear about this extra physical stuff.
Inframaterialists divide the extra physical effects of the revolutionary state by the level of plasm required to achieve them. At the lowest, or first level, revolutionary plasm is believed to stimulate or invigorate matter without altering its essential properties.
Sounds like the business with the turnips.
Precisely, though plasm does more than increase vegetable yields. It may also influence the physiology of revolutionaries themselves. It's also been postulated that plasm may account for the remarkably full and manly facial hair observed on many communist males.
Stroke your beard proudly, stroke it but modestly. Stroke it proudly.
Of course, inframaterialists argue that revolutionary plasm may stimulate human physiology in other ways as well.
Did you hear that electrochemistry? What do you think?
Oh yeah, we're talking about light-hot communist
Okay, alright. Down, girl, down.
That's correct. Reports from the revolutionary period claim that the most radically devoted communards were able to engage in vigorous intercourse for up to 8 hours at a time.
Endurance?
8 hours?
Yeah.
There's no way. Your equipment would be mashed to jelly.
Is that really a problem if I'm jelly to begin with?
No wonder the communards couldn't shoot straight. They were too shagged out. And on that note, you feel like you've gotten the general idea of inframaterialism, enough to carry on a basic conversation at least. But if you'd like to go even deeper into some of the more speculative aspects of the theory, you could always read further. The book fits quite snugly into your palm.
Well, I need
it would also fit
something. I don't want to start smoking. I don't want to smoke.
You flip forward.
Please give me just 5, a crumb of experience, please.
Mental projection and transference. When a community has achieved a sufficiently high degree of revolutionary fervor, inframaterialists believe that second-level effects may be observed.
Okay.
At this second level, certain hyper-revolutionary individuals may even develop the ability to extend their thoughts into material space and vice versa.
Does that mean that communists can read
According
minds?
to inframaterialist theory, yes. Under suitably revolutionary conditions, that is. Of course, one doesn't need to be a communist to be attuned to the thoughts of your brothers and sisters. It's become something of a folk legend that during their final meeting, Nielsen and Mazov didn't speak a single word, preferring to sit in silence with their chamomile tea, reading one another's thoughts.
It's probably not what happened.
One of the minor tragedies of the late revolutionary period is that few reliable accounts survive. Much of what we know of the communards' activities during this period come from memoirs and second-hand accounts, some only written down decades after the fact, and of dubious authenticity.
Okay, alright, well, let's see where this goes. Hey, Kim, you'd say we share a pretty special connection, right?
I suppose we do work quite well together.
You and me, we're on the same wavelength. That's why we're always finishing each other's...
Your words hang in the air as the lieutenant scribbles something in his notebook. At some point, he realizes you're waiting for him and looks up with a tightly knit brow.
Sentences.
The lieutenant looks at you evenly for a moment, then returns to his notebook without a word.
Kim, you left me hanging there.
Did I? My bad, detective. Won't happen again.
He did it on purpose, you fucker.
As we were saying, it's generally believed that these effects are only exhibited by certain hyper-revolutionary individuals, generally less than 0.01% of the revolutionary population.
Well, we have built 0.0001% of communism, so say our odds are pretty good.
Because plasm has never been directly observed, the exact mechanism behind these effects remains entirely speculative.
It's not going to be encyclopedia, so what do you have to say, Logic?
In other words,
yeah,
there's no evidence that any of this mind-reading stuff is real.
But Inland Empire...
Why are you getting hung up on mechanisms? Open your mind's aperture just a little wider.
Wait.
You're so close to true understanding.
There's no if there's no evidence. How could the theory be true?
Most inframaterialists would argue that the inability of skeptics to detect
No.
is simply evidence of their own insufficient revolutionary enthusiasm. There you have it, a perfectly unfalsifiable loop. The theory is impossible to disprove on its own grounds, meaning it's hardly a theory at all. This should be more than enough for a stimulating discussion. That said, if you're still yearning for more, you must. Everyone knows books save their best parts for
I
the
have
end.
to. Surely
You
this
breeze
will give
through
me
the next
experience.
several sections until you arrive at the final chapter, titled A Communism Above Reality.
Okay.
When a society's revolutionary fervor reaches the third and highest level, inframaterialist theoreticians have postulated that the laws of physics cease to be laws.
What do they become then?
More like suggestions, according to some of the SRV's leading
Okay, so communism's theory, then I'm trying to see if I can get ahead of the ball here. Is this going to say that communism's explanation for the Pale is that that's what happens when communism reaches its highest level?
Of course, it's impossible to say what exactly happens under these conditions. No known society has ever achieved the levels of revolutionary enthusiasm the theory seems to require.
Unless...
Some inframaterialists have even argued that it might require more plasm than humanity alone may be capable of producing.
Wait, are there non-human
In the
sources of plasma?
SRV, there have been attempts to organize certain species of aquatic mammals, as well as a few of the higher corvids. But, as of this writing, only human beings have demonstrated the intellectual capacity for revolutionary communism.
Has anyone ever gotten close to reaching the
There
third
are
level? I can
numerous
click and drag?
from Samara involving bandits.
Wait a
or
sec, shut up,
fascist
hold on.
mercenaries being levitated by farmers from the most ideologically advanced communes. Of course, few of these incidents have ever been rigorously investigated or substantiated.
I've been able to click and drag this entire time. I've been able to click and drag this entire time. Oh my god. Dead Space... No! I'm not! It's not my fault. Logic, help me. Encyclopedia!
Also records
Thank you!
several well-known Samoan folk tales. In particular, the one
thank
commonly
God.
known as
I don't have to smoke! I don't have to... Yes! We're saved! Thank you! Thank you, random piece of information. Thank you!
Among known attempts to channel third-level capabilities, the most well-documented is the curious case
Have a
of
celebratory
Coalition
smoke.
warship Debutante.
I've got to know what that's about.
It concerns an interesting series of events that took place during the invasion of Revachol. As Coalition forces made landfall, a cadre of Nielsen's most fervent acolytes attempted to compress a Coalition-era static with their collective will. According to Communard law, these acolytes positioned themselves at the top of a redoubt just over the bay of Revachol. From that vantage, they proceeded to visualize pinching
no shit!
between their fingers, a gesture believed to assist in the extra-physical materialization of their thoughts.
What a specific line of dialogue. If you read this communist book while wearing the armor, you... Why write this? What? Why didn't they just have some high-powered merc
The
gear?
Communards were notoriously under-equipped against the much better-funded Coalition. In any event, it's doubtful even ceramic armor would have altered the outcome. The acolytes, along with the redoubt, were vaporized in an artillery strike before the process could be completed. It's been said, though, that in the weeks following the battle, the captain of the Debutante noted an increase in incidents of crewmen striking their heads on unexpectedly low bulkheads. Of course, colorful anecdotes only scratch the surface of what inframaterialists believe may be possible in a truly third-level society.
What a third-level society even look like?
Some have theorized that such a society would be fundamentally unrecognizable, lacking many of the institutions we typically take for granted in advanced societies, including organized governments, financial institutions, and law enforcement.
Electrochemistry?
Did
Half-Life.
that book just say there's no place for you in this future?
Yeah, no, that would have been my second guess.
Others have argued that people living under third-level conditions will be immune to such infirmities as hunger, disease, and mental illness. In some of his later writings, Nielsen himself speculated about the potential for an extra-physical architecture that disregards the laws of bourgeois physics and instead relies on the revolutionary faith of the people for structural integrity.
So you just believe it'll stay up.
Nielsen observed that the financial system operates on the same principle of faith. So why not an architectural system?
So what you're saying is that the end game for communism is Warhammer 40k's orcs.
On the following page, you come across a few black and white reproductions from Nielsen's own notebooks. One sketch depicts a government ministry shaped like a great inverted pyramid, a hectare in width at the top, balanced atop foundations the size of common apartments. Another depicts a leaning tower wrapped in a dramatic helix. The caption beneath it reads, "The Tower of History." Something about that tower looks awfully familiar. Could it be?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What the students were trying to recreate with the matchboxes?
Wait, but what if the people stop believing the buildings collapse?
In the corner of one of the reproduced notebook pages, you can make out the following words, written in Nielsen's distinctive slashing script. A state that has lost the faith of its people has forfeited the right to exist.
Plausible or not, there's something beautiful about this idea. Is there
There
any more?
is no more. You've reached the outer theoretical limits of communism, and in less than 200 pages. If you'd like to read further, may we recommend a brief look at Occidental architecture?
Put the book away. All right. We're going to put this point into savoir-faire so that we can teleport. This time for sure. What? No one. Get yourself organized. Return to the group for discussion. Is this something I can try again? Yep, the ladder. All right. Okay. All right. We got this. We got this. We got this. We're perfectly fine. We are more than capable of teleporting now. And just make sure. Okay, -2 to suggestion from the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center. Closed. Nothing is making my savoir-faire worse. Can I make it better? I can! Okay. Kim... Hey, buddy, personal space. Thank you. Okay, I can make it better. Anything else? Anything else? I don't think I had the glasses last time either. Interfacing, half-light, electrochemistry. I can make it worse. Can make it worse. Okay.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
Come on. That's pretty high. Come on. Please! I believe, and if communism has taught me anything, it's that believing is reality.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder.
The inframaterial power of communism has allowed me to teleport. Do it.
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
This is Krasmazov's dream made real.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
Don't gloat. Just stand there like a Samaran master.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
You wish you could do it.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing
Communism.
the lieutenant's voice.
Got me up
faintly
here, Kim.
in the air.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside.
Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
It was the power of my ideology that allowed me to reach these heights, Kim. Maybe you should try fighting for something you believe in. I don't know where visual calculus to be better. I might need it here. Oh, hello. Just a postcard. Probably gonna need my flashlight. It's the postcard. Height of summer, Rue de Saint-Gislain is teeming with parasol wielding bourgeoisie and wild pines flag buttress the hallway. Nothing is written on the back. Where's my flashlight? Collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. Last century, maybe? Brought down and forgotten long ago. Overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. Let's get the detective in here.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Push the doors open.
It's
And we're
much
in.
easier from this side. The panels on the rails slide once you dust the sand off. With the help of your partner, from the other side, the doors open with a creak.
And we're in.
I hope no one dangerous heard that. Yes.
Ready?
Time to investigate these
Back in the
passages.
party.
Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Continue.
Not running is a great way to do that.
Aye, aye, savoir-faire. You've gotten me this far. Communism shall compel my footfalls to be silent. Interstellar suit jacket. Brown suit jacket, perfect for a day at the office or the evening at a cafe. Red rose at the bottom of the left breast pocket is slowly wilting. Hey. Yeah, look at that! We almost look presentable! Hey now! Got a full suit! Looking good, Harry. And we have another row. Nice! Okay, we have another row, which means we can move stuff down again. Shoes. Go further down. You go down. Make another row for coats. But also move the coats down. There was a much faster way to do this. Okay. Move these down. Move these to their own row. Grab the hat. I forgot to leave room to actually put this jacket into. Shit. Gloves, you're going to go up by the hats. Jacket, there you go. All right. Let's roll. The beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. Oh, because I found the flashlight. Stale fabric and smell of dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Revolutionary's hat. Give me those sweet, sweet communism points, baby. An Ushanka with the Mazovian logo, a pair of deer antlers on its silvery white front. Your ears feel cuddled and cared for in the state by the state.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory.
This is an Ushanka, right?
Kraz Mazov would have worn this Ushanka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist.
You used to be a Dick Mullins superstar on the grind. Listen. I was only on the grind because I believed that the grind was all that existed. My mind has expanded.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off the
Years
portrait.
worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Look, Kim. It's Comrade Mazov.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
A long time ago. How
Half
long?
a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
All these secret weapons caches and
We have
secret
found
bunkers.
a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Maybe we should move in here. Maybe I should move in here. Seems cozy!
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
I could live in a communist house. Could it be connected to the Mazov bust we found in the students' room?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Could someone have stopped here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Leave. What do we
Could
got?
this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary?
No, I don't think so.
This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of.
Peek out.
Outside the window, another day. The beach sand soaks up the drizzling rain, growing darker and darker.
Could the killer have used this as a hideout?
It's a great place to hide, and Mazovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Can't see the whirling in rags. Shot didn't come
Indeed.
from here.
No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
Ah. Determine where the shot came from. So it's not the boardwalk. Footprints. Dick Mullins back on the case. something in the air. An unnatural buzzing. Tunnel collapsed. No! Your tunnel collapsed! I have to find another way around. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
Pain, strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Saw them too, footprints in the... Well, let's sneeze. Ah, excuse me. With the right...
Looks like our suspect.
Worn smooth.
If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Do you think whatever happens will affect our cryptozoologists?
You mean Morel? I don't see how cryptozoology and the murder investigation are connected. But the situation in the city will get tense for everyone.
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologists might not be able to do their job.
Maybe we should finish looking into the Speed Freaks FM
If you
mystery?
want to do that, then yes. We'd be advised to finish every lead. I don't think we'll have the chance to after...
How bad do you think this
Well,
could get
we
for
are
us?
not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Let's try not to worry, he thinks. If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
Maybe we should continue working for him?
You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing. We might have to dirty our hands, but...
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
What do you think is waiting for
I
us
think I
here?
see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Right, I
Or
forgot
maybe
not
not.
to...
Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Forgot not to, I guess communism didn't really believe in that one all the way. Okay, well that is perhaps the most obvious point of no return signaling I have seen in a video game that isn't just outright saying it. So, I'm gonna go see what's up with these chests over here before heading any further. And then I'm gonna turn back and see what else is there to do. Money? Just money. Well, that was disappointing. Okay. Wow. Okay. Put this away. Huh. Wow, you really have gone full communist. Money, that's it? Disappointing. Listen, I didn't even get more money from those 2 barrels than I get from thinking about an interesting fact. Alright? I wasn't sad that it was money, I was sad that it was chump change. I'm on my hustle grind, Merrick. I make more money than that in my sleep. Which might actually be true. Oh, you can catch the feet of Van Eyck Overdrive, it says. The most politically conflicted detective. And yet, I'm the sorriest, most boring art cop in all of Saint-Saëns. Alright, well... A real chameleon? No. No. I don't want to be Rachel Amber. No, I haven't found my lost gun yet. So I get that's why I'm crawling back to Everard here.
Back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here.
I feel like you should have that. Yeah, might want to find that one. Yeah, my lost gun. Yeah, I should probably find that. Hi, Everard. You slimy motherfucker.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
Member of the board.
How can I help you today?
I'd like to talk about that lost gun of mine.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here, you need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then, I'll know you're a solid socialist.
White envelope with a stamp attached to the upper right corner handed to you by Everett Clare. Inside are some legal documents with 2 names printed on them. Both signatures.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Look at the zoning
youth
plan.
center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
I don't think that's how that word is spelled.
It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center.
If you're not Rachel Amber, then explain this. The RCM has no official comment regarding this evidence which has been submitted by the public. It has been introduced by an independent entity who does not reflect the thoughts or opinions of our organization, nor anyone affiliated with it. Thank you very much.
This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice.
Kim, what
Hard
do you
to
think
say.
of this?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
Put the documents back. Hold on, let me get my logic clothes on real quick, Kim. Do I already have my logic shirt on? Alright, let's go for it now.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is
Yeah.
no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
Sorry, maybe that's a paltry tribute to the plus... and you make +2s in your sleep. Please. Every +2 is appreciated. Your belief in my comedic prowess is more valuable than any money you could ever give me. What are the
Once the
ramifications of
construction
this?
starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this.
You know, just like
After
communism...
that, they'll
Hold on, I'll
sell
let him
their
finish.
property for cheap and move out.
Just like inframaterialist communism, Eric. If you believe that I deserve the +2, if enough of you believe that I deserve the +2, then surely it must be true. People are going to have to move away. Can we do
I
something
should
about
have
it?
seen it.
Lieutenant frowns as he reads over the document
Everard
again.
probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Put the documents back in the envelope. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go somewhere really far away. I do like, well, like and dislike, I'll say, that they have made going to Everard so unbelievably inconvenient. The fact that there is no faster way to get access to this man is such an incredible way to emphasize how unbelievably annoying everything about his operation is. And how fucking tactical he is with making sure that he doesn't have to do anything personally, and that it's inconvenient to try and get in his way. Every single time you have to personally speak to him, it is a burden. If enough of us believe in jelly being funny, we will manifest a physical manifestation in the form of a bag-shaped clown. Did you ever get into the secret container, by the way? I did not. Not yet, no. Get 2 signatures? Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the church. We're going to go inside the church. We're going to forge the signatures here.
You take the legal documents out
Really?
of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period, and there's...
Wow. Okay, then... I'll have to go to the one place I know the prying eyes of Everard won't see me. A communist paradise lost to time. Should take out your flashlight. Won't need it. It'll be easier to do this in the dark. Okay. Surely this is secret enough.
You take the legal documents out of
What?
the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period.
I don't know how that could possibly be true. Okay, well... That was actually the last idea I had. If literally a bunker which has been forgotten to time, and no one has stumbled into it for years, is not safe, then... where the fuck could I even go? That must be a bug because of how the game is set up. Modifier just applies by default. I would like a tip, yes. The Sleeping Love Shack? Go to my room?
Take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Okay.
A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Alright, I guess. Me personally, I feel like an abandoned bunker inside of a building which was completely locked to the outside world, where a criminal is currently hiding, would be more private than a shack in a town that Everard is currently trying to build over top of. But okay. Let's go for it. +1 indirect modes of taxation? Hell yeah, those shoes were worth it.
With a confident forgery, what do you see?
Nailed it.
Line?
Isabel, Sadie, and Lillian Carter.
Indeed, they look distinctly different and very convincing. These might as well be their actual signatures, but they're not, and the document will be nullified if they dispute it. That means Everard will have to start over. All you need to do now is mail the signatures to Everard's accountant in La Delta.
Yes. Progress will be slow. Agonizingly deliberate. In fact, I have a feeling the projections for when they might be able to start planning are going to be due years from now. I think we've done the moral thing here, folks. We've certainly done the moral imperative. Put the envelope in the mailbox in the plaza. Weaponizing bureaucracy. Who, me? I'm an agent of the law. I would never do such a thing. I'm just an honest-to-God, boots-on-the-ground, face-in-the-dirt communist. I would never do something so obscene.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
I knew we'd use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
Drop the white envelope in the mailbox.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
Well, maybe now we're a step closer to our lost
All right,
gun.
let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Good mail delivery box.
The box seems happy.
Well fed. Badass hustle grinding moment. Absolutely. We always were a badass hustler. I'm certain this is a foolproof plan. Oh, I'm sure there's going to be some sleazeball twist. Which means, let me just make sure I've got my composure shoes on. Do I have anything else that buffs up my composure? I don't think I do, no. Yep, alright. Gotta be ready. Got my disco shoes on, baby. Let's dance. Everard, my good friend, how you doing? Just in case.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today?
It's done. I mailed the signatures you asked me to mail.
The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now.
Oh, yes. It seems that our relationship has developed. Although it did take some time.
You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun. Nothing is off the table.
I feel like if I ask about the lost gun, he's going to say, well, here it is. I've had it on my desk for quite some time, you see. I just wasn't sure that I could trust you with it, Harry. I'm sure you understand.
Oh, Bratan, you play the old man like a three-string banjo. He has no idea.
Better not
Quiet!
Sire.
Necktie!
It's arrogance that gives the play away. Be subtle.
Did you order the hanged man killed?
Order it? You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that.
Why are you so fat?
Glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me and my brother Edgar when we were kids.
Oh.
Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better at politics.
What do you gain from him being dead?
Why, a war, of course.
Oh.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
Okay, he meant inner circle. He's just going full mask
Harry,
off.
we outnumber them 1,500
Unless, of course, there's
to
another
1.
mask.
And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
Everyone hates them, except ultra-liberals, maybe, which happens to be me. Yep, as ultra-liberal as they come. Don't look at anything else on the list there. It's my prominent political leaning. How is this connected
Harry,
to the
there
strike?
is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her asshole. She has no chance.
Okay, well now he's just really letting it flow, huh? Why are you telling me your plans? Because I've already won, Harry.
Because we're friends, Harry.
Oh.
Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want.
Yeah.
It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head
In
start.
extra steps, yeah.
It's already happening.
Huh. Who killed the hanged
No
man?
idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
A guy, huh?
How do you know it's a guy?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know.
How many guys are in there?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol. And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
How are you going to fund your new independent
Oh,
harbor?
you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Can't possibly hope to continue like you have. Clients will leave en masse. Everything? Well, hold on. Clients will leave en
Sure,
masse.
some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drugs?
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce
Mr.
components to keep the
Kitsuragi, it's become
pharmaceutical
clear to me that
industry
you
running.
don't
That's
understand
people's health we're talking
colonialism.
about.
And I believe,
Old
after
grannies,
reading over your
little
notes,
babes,
that you just
people with
don't seem to
disabilities.
understand communism. Sorry, and you do need an editor. I got fucking mixed up there. Damn it, that would have been perfect. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. People's health we're talking about. Downgraded to a +2. Damn it! A win is a win. God, that sounds shady. I'm digging this part. It's just the top of the iceberg, though, isn't it?
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
I do believe, Mr. Kitsuragi, that your existence does have a lot to say about society, however.
We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperazole.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and risperazole
always
is used
fucking
to treat
apricot.
severe psychosis.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
Another... Damn. Is Ruby helping you secure this fantastic share? Drugs are no-go for me. I'll report this. Makes sense to... So is Ruby helping you secure this
Harry,
fantastic
if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers, I would need an army of rubies.
I always wish these sort of diplomatic settings in RPGs allowed for more deception. Like, what if I want to act all chummy with him, but I actually want to stab him in the back and don't know if the game will be able to comprehend this plan? Yeah, there's a lot of wiggle room when it comes to very complex conversations like this.
Understood.
I have to admit, it's a well put together plan and far removed from you.
It's also far removed from my men and the people of Martinez who've put their trust in me. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez.
It'd still be illegal.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight.
It's very ambitious. I love what you're doing for the working man. Well, I mean, if it has the word incorporate in it, then I like it. I'm a money guy. I'm not really feeling a whole lot of Revachol here. Not enough flags or kings. I'm a money guy, no. Love what you're doing for the working man.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work.
Can I ask you about specific
We're
union
way
members?
past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Can I get my gun now?
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But it had to be done.
Oh my god, whoa! Holy shit, you mean it? Wow! Whoa, you mean to tell me that you found my gun and you've just been holding it from me this entire time? Oh no! What an unbelievably incalculable, incomprehensible turn of events! Oh man! What a dastardly devious schemer you are, Mr. Everett. Where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
Oh.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
So the gun's still with the woman who bought it
Yes,
from Roy.
the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
She was waving it around at people?
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
Who is this old woman?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Can you set up a
I
meeting?
already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
That's it for now.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Suddenly there's sadness in his tone.
This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Alrighty. Okay. So, I have a decision to make here. Because I am sensing that I'm in the end game. Especially after that talk I had with Kim. So there are a couple things that I need to consider here. One, we're putting a point into rhetoric so that I can try and open this container. Confront the pigs and get your gun. Need to bump up my rhetoric. Where's my jacket? Do I have anything to increase my rhetoric? The polo. Huh. Threshold. That's the most I can do to bump up my rhetoric.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
What can I do? Felled mural? No. Cargo container door. Gaston Martin. Can't do that one, so this is the only thing that really unlocked for me. Okay, so... I've made it this far without doing it. Do I really need it? Yes, and EC is not holding a gun to my head. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I'm assuming that that +1 to intellect means that all my intellect stats get a temporary buff. Okay? So here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna smoke them. I'm going to try and open this.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here.
And
if anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
If I miss this check, by 1, meaning that the cigarettes would have done it, I will smoke them.
Despite the
no shit! No shot. Oh man. Is anybody in there?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
A wry smile crosses the lieutenant's face.
Try again.
If there's someone in there, I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Excuse me? Mega rich light bending guy.
You can't be serious.
Get fucked, Kim. Get fucked. I was right. Get fucked. Alrighty. Whew, let's see where this goes. Huh? Quantum break? The time egg is fucked?
Stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital.
What happened to my money? What happened to my money? Can't make anything, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital.
The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Squint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Also, just to show you my money, that's a lot of numbers. Hello.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
What you can see of his body appears composed in a sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner,
Harrier Dubois.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In the very, very early days of colonizing this...
He's making me more money!
...kingdom of Saint-Saëns, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clay, used to own the city of Revachol, an obscure detail in the bigger picture, but still worth dropping.
We're in Revachol, formerly a colony of the Kingdom of Suzerain.
A fellow history buff. I myself am currently reading up on Franco-Nigerian era trains. Very interesting stuff. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that most of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Okay. Wait, why don't you help them? You got so much money, it can't make a difference to you.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to handle all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
So you travel from place to place via shipping container?
Smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to.
Uh-huh.
Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, bail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
So you're saying being rich isn't worth the hassle?
What?
No.
No, I did not say that at all. Rich is great. Just don't get me wrong, I told you that.
How did you become so rich?
Oh lord, not this again.
What's the matter, Kim?
Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
We're pretty close to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Graz. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And
electrochemistry. This is the most money we've ever had. I'm not using it for drugs. What's it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level.
Uh-huh.
But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
Right, capital accumulation is its own reward. Don't you think you should use your great worth for the glory of your fatherland? You're a thief. People out there are working their asses off while you chill here. It's great that you've done so well for yourself, but don't you think you owe some of that wealth to the rest of society?
Sure. And they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht?
Thousands?
Dozens, at least. Of course, in the future, it'll all be automated. But my point is this. Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him. Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Winds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Uh-huh.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread.
Yeah.
What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him.
There's something strange about you. I don't know how to put it. You look somehow a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
I mean, I can't even see you. It's as if something is happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
I
is
just
a
keep
ratio
making money
designed
around this
to
guy.
reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth among that group of individuals. It's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
What the fuck? What the fuck? So what is our coefficient?
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998, repeating. That's not good for you.
You telling me that you're so rich that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
What? Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
Tim, are you seeing this weird stuff?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who is unusually well dressed.
No shit.
In a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
Can I have some of your money?
Could you please stop asking people for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
You're right, that was extremely unprofessional. I apologize.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a civilized man.
Playing the pity
That's your
card.
chemistry, baby.
Whatever gets us over the moon, baby. I'm your hand to be dealt.
As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think they only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
It gets me almost nothing. It gets me almost nothing.
That's the idea, my friend. You've got to work for us. Maybe you can make that money. Come up with an investment plan. How's that?
This is a proposal, not a question.
Whoa. Dress code, interstellar business. Oh, hold on. We should get back to investigation. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears.
Okay, hold on. Let's get this on. We need that. Conceptualization. Don't I have something else that helps with conceptualization, right? One of these jackets. Yeah. Okay. One of the ties, maybe? Shoes? Okay.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for
Oh,
you?
it got worse. Okay, hold on. Why did it get worse? What did I change? I changed my jacket. I was wearing this before, right? This counted? Is that all I changes? Is that all I changed?
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Well, yeah. I wasn't wearing this before. Oh, this one. Okay, yeah.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Please.
If businessman were really your strong suit, you probably wouldn't be a cop.
Okay, so I've got this idea for a board game.
Go on.
It's a twist on an already established working idea.
Yes.
It's a pen and paper role-playing game, only the players are connected with radio computers.
Hold on. Have we met before?
Maybe? I wouldn't really know.
No. On second thought, it couldn't have been you.
Uh-huh.
Your idea reminds me of a group of young men who came to me a long time ago, calling themselves Fortress Accident. The name should have been a red flag. They pitched me and a handful of other investors on an idea for a role-playing game that would, in their words, change the world.
What happened?
Well, at first everything was rosy. The ideas were solid, but they were lacking in... How do I put it? They lacked the will to get things done. As their financial situation became more desperate, their ideas devolved from realistic to absolute insanity.
Mm-hmm.
We lost all of our money. High art types never deliver. They're only good for peddling Wilkins or whatever creeps they come up with.
I guess the inordinate amount of time they put into drawing mythical creatures did not generate a return on investment.
Wait, where are they now?
Nobody knows for sure, but the place can't be pretty.
Did you try to salvage the project
Sadly,
somehow?
when we got there, it was too late. The concept had run out of steam. Only dust remained. What I want to tell you is this. It's a very bad idea. Dead in the water. You seem like a reasonable man, but that is not a reasonable plan.
Okay, well, maybe I was wrong. We've all learned something today.
Are you sure you don't want to give those little Welkins a second go?
Absolutely not.
Stop embarrassing yourself.
Oh my
Pop a
god.
magnesium and calm down.
Alright, understood, Authority. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Real pleasure. Sadly though, my current lifestyle prevents me from remaining more than a brief time in any one place. Perhaps we'll meet again, somewhere far away. Farewell, friend, and may your peace of mind guide you to happiness.
Wait a minute.
The door seems to be locked. Conclusively.
Okay, I didn't notice until I stepped out. I was rapidly losing money the second as I was stepping further away from him. I was becoming poorer and poorer. Bankruptcy sequence, -1 empathy, layoff season. Business loves silence. Second loudest sound in the world. Eclipsed only by the collective screams of market crash victims. So let me whisper to you. Do you feel the veil of the sun god slipping? Are the better days gone? Are we entering bankruptcy? Is the company going to go down and leave you in the gutter with the rest of the dredges, delivering parcels for soup money? You need to crisis manage your way out of this. How close am I to leveling up? Pretty close. Okay. Well, now. Huh. Okay, before we do anything else, I've been live for about 6.5 hours, which is an unreasonable amount of time to be live for. So we are going to call it a stream here, and then assumedly next stream will be the last one. So, I'm going to be wrapping up. Should be able to... I'm assuming we're going to be able to finish the game tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I might want to, focus down and get some work done. We'll see how I'm feeling. But if not, probably around the usual time. No, maybe shoot for something later. No. Around noon, we'll call it. Around noon to 1. Try and make that the usual time. But thank you very much once again. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Hope you had a good time. That is going to be all from me for now. Back to the main menu. Let me make just a quick save. Have a good one, folks.